the ice and fire demon god of Hogwarts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, Jealous Grindelwald. This thin red beam was so fast that even Grindelwald didn't have time to react. The next moment, the red light hit Grindelwald's body and then bloomed inside Grindelwald, dyeing Grindelwald's entire body red. Then, Grindelwald's face suddenly showed pain. His chest gradually became transparent, and a red thing was looming in his chest, and under the effect of the red light, it was constantly peeling away from Grindelwald's body. All this happened in a flash, and after Harry shook off the Cruciatus curse that was acting on him, Grindelwald's heart had already been peeled out of his chest under his unbelievable eyes, and was suspended in front of him. Is this a disarming curse? Exclamation mark. Grindelwald's eyes widened. He endured the pain, clenched his teeth, and pointed the wand at his heart, forcibly transferring it back to his body. But even so, as the heart was peeled off and put back, Grindelwald's power had already dissipated by half. If Harry was not an Auror and his main task was to arrest Grindelwald instead of killing him, if Harry had been hit with a killing curse at this moment, Grindelwald might even have died in Harry's hands. Even if he didn't die, he would have to pay a huge price. Grindelwald raised his hand and cast a powerful Llama spell, deflecting Harry's subsequent attack. He tried his best to keep himself elegant. Very good, you are quite capable. You have been promoted to a Demon King level wizard through the battle with me and the effect of the supersensory spell. However, the basis for your promotion to a Demon King level wizard, that is, the spell just now, was beyond my expectation. I'm very happy to see all this, but before that, Expelliarmus. Grindelwald hummed, and suddenly, he raised his hand, and a red light broke through the air. Listening to Grindelwald's narration, Harry had infinite doubts in his heart, but just as he was thinking, the sudden disarming spell hit him. What surprised Harry was that the power of the disarming spell released by Grindelwald was very cleverly controlled. This disarming spell only took away the old wand inserted in his waist, but did not hurt him at all. Your goal is the old wand. But why? Harry did not stop Grindelwald's action. He asked in confusion. What he wanted to ask was why Grindelwald chose to help him advance to the level of a Demon King. Yes, the reason why Harry was able to advance to the level of a Demon King through the effect of the supersensory spell in the duel with Grindelwald was by no means a coincidence, but Grindelwald did it on purpose. The supersensory spell plus the heart-breaking bone cutting is indeed a particularly clever combo in a real war, but Grindelwald's use of this combo on Harry at this time is somewhat intriguing. As a Demon King wizard, Grindelwald could not fail to see that he was at the stage of a quasi-Demon King wizard, and he only needed that final step to enter the ranks of Demon King wizards. The finishing touch could be either strong enough emotions or a lack of inspiration in a certain field. However, the magic released by Grindelwald allowed Harry to meet both conditions at the same time. The super senses spell magnified Harry's senses hundreds of times, which made Harry's brain more intelligent. The stimulation of pain often aroused more memories or ways to deal with the enemy. This allowed Harry to research the advancement spell of the disarming spell, which was the spell that killed you. Even if Harry lacked strong emotions, the torture of the Cruciatus curse, which was magnified hundreds of times, would certainly make Harry's emotions reach the extreme, which made it inevitable for Harry to be promoted to a Demon King level wizard. Even he, who was just starting out, could think of these. He didn't believe that Gellert Grindelwald, the first generation of Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald, a veteran Demon King level wizard with the ability to bewitch people, would not think of these. Then the only possibility was that all this was done intentionally by Grindelwald. Little guy, I have no obligation to answer your meaningless questions. If you can't figure it out, why don't you go and ask Professor Dumbledore, who likes you the most? Grindelwald said sarcastically, and he gently waved the old wand in his hand. The next moment, his figure disappeared again. Why not go and find Professor Dumbledore, who likes you the most? Exclamation mark. Harry pondered the words left by Grindelwald. For some reason, he always felt that there was a bit of jealousy in Grindelwald's words. At the same time, the Magical Congress of the United States of America. Mr. Chairman, the transformation plan of Mechanical Soldier number 5 has been completed, 2 years ahead of our estimated completion time, Josu said with a smile. Mechanical Soldier number 1 Mr. Relibic, Mechanical Soldier number 2 Mr. Suldy, Mechanical Soldier number 3 Mr. Bartlett, Mechanical Soldier number 4 Mr. Owens, and Mechanical Soldier number 5 Mr. Davis have all reached the strength of Demon King level wizards. Hearing Josu's words, all the senior officials of the Magical Congress of the United States in the conference room showed joy on their faces. This was the best good news they had heard after the Magical Congress of the United States of America officially withdrew from the International Confederation of Wizards. A senior official of the Magical Congress of the United States of America stood up in disbelief and asked, Mr. Josu, that means, with Chairman Craig, we already have the power of 6 Demon King level wizards? As early as a year ago, as Craig, chairman of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, completed this step of advancing to the Demon King level wizard, and became a genuine Demon King level wizard. Josue chuckled and shook his head, then he said in a more enthusiastic tone, no, Mr. Andrea Smirnov of our alchemy laboratory is also a Demon King level wizard who was promoted, based on his alchemy attainments. In addition to me, we have the power of 7 Demon King level wizards. Even if the 2 British wizards who have the potential to be promoted to Demon King level wizards in the analysis of the alchemy scanner are promoted, we still have an overwhelming advantage. Josue said so. Hearing Josue's words, all the senior officials of the Magical Congress of the United States, including heirs, were ecstatic. They certainly knew who Smirnov was. After Josue took the results of human alchemy to the Magical Congress of the United States, Smirnov joined their alchemy laboratory. From the year Josue joined until now, Josue has led the research on the alchemy chip of human alchemy and the soul level research of the uploading instrument on the wizard's consciousness body. Smirnov, on the other hand, led the continued advancement of the physical transformation of human alchemy, which was to transform a fully mechanized mechanical body into a physical body that could truly achieve immortality and indestructibility. Chapter 777. The mechanical army is divided into 3 groups. Kyosu's true identity. Kyosu continued, not only that, we have instilled enough combat experience data into these 5 Demon King level mechanical soldiers to ensure that the combat skills displayed by each of them can enable them to defeat anyone of role, Lowell and Dumbledore 3 years ago in a single fight. Even Mr. Smirnov used the all-chemical data transmission instrument to integrate the combat models of role, Lowell and Dumbledore 3 years ago. This makes his combat experience not just that of an alchemist in a laboratory, but also that of a battle-hardened warrior. Mr. Chairman, I think it's time for the MACUSA to start its war of annexation of the entire magic world. Kyosu said lightly. All the senior executives of the MACUSA in the conference room had no objection to Kyosu's words, or in other words, they had already made preparations to annex the entire magic world 3 years ago. Ayres asked, so, are we still going to attack the British magic world, like we did 3 years ago? Josu shook his head slightly, and said indifferently, no, this time we will divide our forces into 3 groups, and take down the 3 most powerful magic worlds in Europe at the same time, namely the British magic world, the French magic world, and the German magic world. These 3 magic worlds are not only the 3 most powerful magic worlds in Europe, but also the most powerful magic worlds in the entire magic world, except for our American magic world and the isolated ancient East. Taking down these 3 magic worlds will lay the foundation for the entire magic world. Josu said so. Ayres nodded. He did not intend to oppose Josu's plan, or in other words, he did not think he could make a better plan than Josu. Ayres said in a deep voice, in this case, Mr. Josu, as the chairman of the American Magic Congress, I appoint you as the general of this war. All wartime actions of the American Magic Congress and the Mechanical Army will be ordered by you. Hearing Ayres' words, Josu smiled and nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with Ayres' appointment. Kyosu said calmly, very good, then I will obey your order, and distribute the troops for the war. First of all, the German magic world is the only magic world among the 3 major magic worlds in Europe that does not have a Demon King level wizard. The German magic world is the weak point of Europe. Mr. Chairman, you are a newly promoted Demon King level wizard, and you have not yet integrated the corresponding combat model data. Among the Demon King level wizards owned by the American Magic Congress, your combat power is relatively weak. Therefore, I hope you will lead 2,000 mechanical soldiers to attack the German magic world, attack the weak point without a Demon King level wizard. Kyosu said bluntly. Ayres nodded. He did not think it was shameful for the other party to directly point out that his combat power was weak. After all, with the other party's qualifications and strength, no one would think that the other party was too rude, even if the other party scolded him in the way a teacher scolded a student. Ayres said, "No problem, I will personally lead the team to take over the German magic world, and during this period, I will arrange all affairs of the United States Magical Congress in advance to ensure the normal operation of the United States Magical Congress." Josu continued, "In addition, I will let Mr. Smirnov lead mechanical soldiers number 1 to number 5, as well as 5,000 mechanical soldiers, to attack the British magic world. Only the combat power of 6 Demon King level wizards can ensure that we can successfully take over the British magic world." Ayres said, "I will issue a letter of appointment, appointing Smirnov as the general to attack the British magic world." Josu nodded slightly, and there seemed to be a deep light flashing in his eyes. He whispered, "As for the French magic world, where the great alchemist Nicolas Flamel is in charge, I will lead the team myself, and bring 2,000 mechanical soldiers. It's time for me to meet the creator of the glorious Philosopher's Stone." Hogwarts Castle, the principal's office. Lin and Irina looked helplessly at the 2 old men on the other side of the desk. Ever since Grindelwald left Nurmengard and helped Harry become a Demon Lord level wizard, he has stayed in Dumbledore's office. Even though he knew that the next few people had important things to discuss in the principal's office, Grindelwald had no intention of leaving and stayed by Dumbledore's side on the grounds that he was also a participant in the next event. After a few minutes, Lin seemed to be aware of something. He stood up, walked to the fireplace in the principal's office, and stretched out his hand. The next moment, a green flame flashed, and Lin helped an old man out of the fireplace. This old man was Nicolas Flamel, who went to the American magic world alone to explore 3 years ago. "Master, did you find anything when you came back this time?" Lin asked. Nico looked very serious. He said, "Yes, I have some very bad news to tell you. I hope you can be prepared." After hearing Nico's words, Lin and Irina, Dumbledore and Grindelwald all looked at each other, and then looked at Nico solemnly. Even though Grindelwald and Nico had no friendship and even had some hatred, Grindelwald believed that with Nico's experience as a great alchemist who had lived for more than 600 years, the very bad news he brought up was definitely not a trivial matter. Dumbledore took the initiative to speak. "Nico, go ahead." Nico said, "First of all, I have confirmed that the identity of the leader of the human alchemy experiment of the American Magical Congress, that is, the creation of that mechanical army and war machines, is the alchemist who was exiled from the French magic world by me 200 years ago." Lin En frowned and asked, "Master, you mean that the alchemist has lived for more than 200 years without the Philosopher's Stone, and has the spare energy to advance the research on human alchemy, and has created such a huge mechanical army, and built a demon-level war machine?" Nico nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. I'm afraid that what he said to me back then was not just nonsense, but he really did completely transform his body and become immortal. If he gets the Philosopher's Stone, and uses the elixir of immortality made with the Philosopher's Stone to anchor his soul, then he may really be able to achieve immortality as he said." Nico looked at Lin En, and said in a deep voice. After hearing Nico's words, Lin En realized something. He said seriously, "I understand. I will take back the authority of the demon god, and keep it together with the Philosopher's Stone installed inside it. If his goal is the Philosopher's Stone, we will never let him succeed." Chapter 778, Josu's Path, a power comparable to Nico's. From Nico, everyone learned that the alchemist who led the human alchemy experiment of the American Magic Congress, the guy named Josu, was the one who was exiled from the French magic world by Nico more than 200 years ago. And Josu's words more than 200 years ago were probably not just nonsense, but true. The other party was a complete human alchemist except for the soul, and most of his body was replaced by alchemical materials. Not only that, he was also the first successful human alchemist, and even set off a human alchemy craze in the French magic world that advocated alchemy for 200 years. If only the identity of the culprit was confirmed, it would not be bad news for the famous Nicolas Flamel, right? Grindelwald said lightly, his heterochromatic eyes staring at Nico. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Nico's expression became more solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Yes, next, I want to tell you the bad news. That is, this human alchemy leader, Josu, laid the foundation for human alchemy's road, and also succeeded on his own road. As we all know, magic is a product of idealism, and so is alchemy. He opened up the road of human alchemy, and succeeded in the field he thought of. This made it very likely that he would be promoted to a Demon King level wizard more than 200 years ago, when I was exiled from the French magic world and defected to the American magic world, and the human alchemy project I brought was recognized. And now, the human alchemy laboratory he personally managed has achieved such results. The research and development of war machines, the emergence of a mechanical army of 10,000 people, and the birth of more than one Demon King level war machines, which destined his power to become stronger and stronger as his road continues to move forward. I have stood at the pinnacle of magic, and I'm only one step away from becoming a legendary wizard, or a demon level wizard. It's just that the existence of rules prevents me from reaching that level. The reason why I can stand at the pinnacle of magic is not because of the accumulation of more than 600 years, nor is it because of my profound attainments in alchemy. Rather, I have refined the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical product that can anchor the wizard's soul and make it immortal and possesses the power of God. I have refined the Philosopher's Stone, which has allowed me to go further on my own path. Further than anyone else at the time. This is the fundamental reason why I stand at the pinnacle of magic. However, Kairosu also refined a human alchemical product that can make the flesh immortal, that is, Kairosu's body, which is also a power that should belong to God. 3 years ago, his experiment was successful, and his experimental results were recognized. This allowed him to go further than anyone else in anchoring the flesh, and go further on his own path. And this means, Nico suddenly stopped talking and stopped. But everyone in the principal's office understood what Nico meant. Nico refined the magic stone that anchored the wizard's soul, stole the power of God, and went further on his path than anyone else. This allowed him to become a legendary wizard, or the most powerful existence below the demon level wizard, which made him stand at the pinnacle of magic. However, Josu also refined a human body modification that anchored the wizard's body, stole the power of God, and went further on his path than anyone else. Then, Josu's power is probably comparable to Nico's. Irina whispered, an existence comparable to you. Is that really an enemy we can defeat? Nico sighed softly, and everyone could feel the magic fluctuations around him becoming stronger, as if some long-sealed shell was fading layer by layer. Nico's eyes, which were always gentle, showed a rare sharpness. He said calmly, he anchored his body, but his soul will wear out over time. I, who have anchored my soul, always maintained the active soul when I refined the Philosopher's Stone. The difference of more than 400 years of experience is enough for me to intercept him. I will not stop him myself. 200 years ago, I was able to exile him from the French magic world. 200 years later, I can also exile him from the magic world. Nico said calmly, but everyone could feel the unstoppable edge in his words. Just when everyone wanted to say something, they all realized something, and cast their eyes towards the door of the principal's office. Dumbledore said softly, "Come in, Minerva." Professor McGonagall gently opened the door, with a bit of urgency on her face, and she said, "Albus, the Ministry of Magic has received accurate information that the Magical Congress of the United States, which has withdrawn from the International Confederation of Wizards, has launched a war again." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, everyone's faces became serious. Lin immediately turned around and asked, "Professor McGonagall, is the target of the war launched by the Magical Congress of the United States only our British wizarding world, or are other wizarding worlds involved in the war?" After learning about Josu's information, Lin was convinced that the Magical Congress of the United States chose to launch a war, not just to prevent the International Confederation of Wizards from abolishing the Statute of Secrecy, but to gain the entire wizarding world. Josu has and will only have two goals. The first is to help the Magical Congress of the United States gain the entire wizarding world, so that the human alchemy experiment can stand in the sun and be recognized by more people, so that he can go further on his own path and become more powerful. The second is to use war to seize the Philosopher's Stone, refine the elixir of immortality, complete the anchoring of the soul, and completely achieve immortality. In this way, the target of the American Magic Congress's war is definitely not just the British magic world. As expected, Professor McGonagall immediately replied, the American Magic Congress chose to divide its troops into 3 groups. They attacked our British magic world, as well as the French magic world and the German magic world at the same time. The 3 most powerful magic worlds in the European magic world? Exclamation mark. Lin En nodded thoughtfully. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Nico. I only heard Nico say in a deep voice, it seems that I have to go back to the French magic world. Josu chose the French magic world, not only because of its status as one of the 3 major magic worlds in Europe, but more likely to come for me. Chapter 779. The war, which had been long overdue for 3 years, has begun again. No one objected to Nico's decision to return to the French magic world. Perhaps Nico's return to the French magic world just happened to suit Josu's wishes, but if Nico didn't go back, then no one in the French magic world would be able to stop Josu. They couldn't use the suffering of the people in the French magic world as a bet. After Nico left, Lin said in a deep voice, since the Magical Congress of the United States intends to divide its forces into 3 groups and invade the British magic world, the French magic world, and the German magic world at the same time, then, the Magical Congress of the United States is likely to send out Demon King level wizards to invade the German magic world. However, there are no Demon King level wizards in the German magic world today. If we don't send Demon King level wizards to support the German magic world, I'm afraid the Demon King level wizards of the Magical Congress of the United States will cause the suffering of the people in the German magic world. Lin said in a heavy tone. At this time, Grindelwald stood up and said calmly, leave the German magic world to me. I'm more familiar with it. After all, I have been there. Haha, a student who was expelled from Durmstrang has become the only savior of the German magic world. How ironic. Grindelwald smiled sarcastically and raised a spoon. It was a cross-border portal key made by Irina. Dumbledore nodded slightly and said softly, then I'll leave it to you, Gale. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald's expression froze. Then, he said nothing more, but activated the portal key in his hand and disappeared. After Grindelwald left, the remaining people also stood up. Dumbledore looked at Lin, Irina and Professor McGonagall in front of him, and said in a deep voice, since the war has started, we must be prepared to deal with it. Not only that, I will personally participate in this war. Minerva, the safety of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is in your hands. I give you all the power of the principal. You can mobilize the power of the castle's ancient magic and use it for your own benefit. Dumbledore said so. Professor McGonagall just looked at Dumbledore and others worriedly, and she said, be careful. 2 hours later, at the border of the British wizarding world, in addition to the Aurors who stayed at the Ministry of Magic and guarded the wizard gathering places such as Diagon Alley, the remaining 1,500 Aurors have arrived here. At the same time, there are also the DA regular army, which has grown to more than 400 people in the past 3 years, and more than 300 DA reserves who have completed the Owl's exam and have the power to fight. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, after the war breaks out, the DA Army reserves who are still attending school in Hogwarts Castle are allowed to join the war as wizards, but only the DA Army reserves in grades 6 and 7 who have completed the Owl's exam. There are a total of 2,500 Aurors and DA Army in the British wizarding world, and what they have to face is 5,000 mechanical soldiers who have mastered the magic level equivalent to that of elite Aurors, after training with combat experience data. 3 years ago, both the mechanical soldier number 1 Ellerbick, who has the combat power of a Demon King level wizard, and the 10,000 mechanical soldiers were just created. They only have the initial combat power, but no combat experience, which makes these mechanical soldiers have the combat power equivalent to that of auras, just by relying on the strength of their bodies. But in these 3 years, the mechanical single soldier number 1, which has the combat power of a Demon King level wizard, and the mechanical single soldiers number 2 to number 5 have all been instilled with the combat experience data of Lin, Irina and Dumbledore, which allows them to exert much higher combat power than 3 years ago. Not only that, the 10,000 mechanical troops have also been instilled with the combat experience data of the elite auras, and trained in the corresponding combat models, which has enabled the 10,000 mechanical troops to have the combat power equivalent to that of the elite auras in these 3 years of training. Under Kyosu's arrangement, 5,000 mechanical soldiers are about to invade the British wizarding world, which also means that the auras and EA soldiers who come here must be prepared to defeat enemies that are twice as many as themselves and have higher combat power than themselves. At this time, the 1,500 auras and more than 900 EA soldiers all looked at the dark and dense mechanical army in the distance with a stern look, and they all wore a badge on their chests. That was an all-chemical badge with the logo of the British Ministry of Magic. These all-chemical badges were made by Fred and George on behalf of Lin. They had the same effect as the DA Army badge, which was to resist a fatal spell. But even so, the effect of this badge was only to replace death once, and it could not make the wearer invincible on the battlefield. Once the auras and warriors of the British magic world died, they were really dead, but the mechanical soldiers were destroyed, but they could be recreated in the alchemical laboratory under the American Magic Congress in just a few minutes. Flesh and blood bodies, after all, can hardly resist the mechanical torrent. Even though everyone who came here realized this, no one chose to retreat. They looked determined, and slowly raised their wands. Above the battlefield, Irving and Astoria wore the badges of the DA Army. They were suspended in the air, quietly waiting for the arrival of the mechanical army. Not far behind them, the weird light winds were floating, with golden all-chemical arrays surrounding them. These all-chemical arrays seemed to form a huge matrix, forming a situation where one man could block the pass and 10,000 men could not pass. Harry did not fly in the air like them, but stood at the front of the Aura team. As the only Demon King level wizard in the Aura office, he was the secret weapon of the Aura office. After communicating with their own Demon King level wizards through a special two-sided mirror, everyone agreed that Harry did not need to fight against the Demon King level wizards of the mechanical army with them, but stayed on the ground battlefield. Harry's promotion to Demon King level wizard, that is, the promotion spell of the disarming spell, will be the nemesis of the mechanical army. Harry, as a Demon King level wizard, stayed on the ground battlefield, and the role he could play was much higher than his fight against the enemy Demon King level wizards. Swish. Fire flickered in the sky, and 3 figures appeared here under the flames. They were Lin, Irina and Dumbledore, who came from the principal's office. They came at the right time. As the distance between the mechanical army and the border of the British wizarding world exceeded 1 mile, both sides waved their wands and started a firefight. In an instant, countless explosions swept across the battlefield, and flames were everywhere. The war that had been absent for 3 years began again. Chapter 780. Without corresponding data, the results will inevitably be biased. Above the black crows of mechanical soldiers, robot soldier number 1 Elebic, robot soldier number 2 Selby, robot soldier number 3 Bartlett, robot soldier number 4 Owens, and robot soldier number 5 Davis lined up. Behind these 5 Demon King level mechanical soldiers was the general of the mechanical army that invaded the British magic world, the Demon King level alchemist Smirnov, who was originally responsible for continuing to promote the human body transformation project in the alchemy laboratory. After seeing several people flying over the British magic camp, Smirnov frowned and ordered Elebic, mechanical soldier number 1, scan the combat power of the wizards on the opposite side. Elebic nodded slightly, a light flashed in his eyes, and then said, Mr. Smirnov, among the 7 wizards, there are a total of 6 Demon King level wizards, and the combat power of one of the Demon King level wizards seems to be composed of the 2 alchemists. Hearing Elebic's words, Smirnov's face became very ugly. Even under the deduction of Josu's alchemical instrument, the British magic world may have only 5 Demon King level wizards, and 2 of them are newly promoted Demon King level wizards, belonging to the middle and lower ranks among the Demon King level wizards. However, the mechanical soldiers number 1 to number 5, who have trained combat models, have the combat power to defeat any Demon King level wizard in the British magic world. This is their greatest confidence. The reason why Smirnov was ordered to come here was just to cover the bottom line for this mechanical army. However, the number of Demon King level wizards actually controlled by the British magic world was 1 more than the result of the deduction of the alchemical instrument, and there might even be more than 1. This made Smirnov feel a little sense of crisis. But once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. After ordering the mechanical single soldier number 2 Selvi to transmit the relevant data of the Demon King level wizards in the British magic world back to the American Magic Congress, Smirnov ordered a full-scale attack. On the ground battlefield, the warriors of the British magic world were throwing powerful explosive spells at the mechanical army, and countless flames bloomed. However, within a few breaths, dozens of mechanical soldiers of the mechanical army were destroyed, and the alchemical badges of dozens of people on the British magic world were forced to trigger. On the sky battlefield, the 5 Demon King level mechanical soldiers, under the order of Smirnov, moved towards the direction of Lin En and others, trying to fight against each other. Seeing the 5 mechanical soldiers emitting demon level magic fluctuations coming straight at him, Dumbledore took the lead and fired a Vulcan at the mechanical soldier number 1, Ellerbic. As the earliest demon level mechanical soldier to be built, Ellerbic's mechanical body has been transformed and strengthened more than once, and he has been trained with combat experience data for the longest time. There is no doubt that among these 5 demon level mechanical soldiers, Ellerbic's combat power must be the most powerful. As the former patron saint of the British magic world, Dumbledore naturally would not let his students deal with this powerful enemy. The gushing hot flames blocked all of Ellerbic's retreat. As the flames rose, endless water also broke through the air from below, and Dumbledore's famous magic water prison spell entangled Ellerbic from all directions at a very fast speed. On the other side, Iwin's body was flashing with endless thunder. The dark purple thunder had already turned into a lightning that pierced the sky with Iwin's finger and went straight to the direction of mechanical soldier number 2 Selvi. Under the bombardment of such rapid thunder, Selvi had to wave his hand to summon an all-chemical energy shield in front of him, forcibly intercepting the attack of this terrifying thunder. At the same time, endless blood light bloomed behind Iwin's left, and thousands of blood spears condensed around Astoria, and as Astoria waved the magic wand in her hand, they shot towards mechanical soldier number 3 Bartlett. Fred and George stood side by side, and the thousands of alchemical arrays had already been refined and turned into a terrifying alchemical matrix, completely locking the space of more than 100 meters around mechanical soldier number 4 Owens. The golden red flames wrapped the figures of Lin and Irina, and the next moment, they appeared on both sides of Smirnov. Lin and Irina were very clear about the principle of capturing the leader first. Instead of fighting against those Demon King level war machines, it was better to unite and kill the only Demon King level wizard who existed as a human. They could see that Smirnov was the leader of this mechanical army. As long as Smirnov could be killed, even if this mechanical army could still be remotely controlled by the Magical Congress of the United States, its combat efficiency would certainly be much lower than that of Smirnov's on-site command. After realizing the purpose of Lin and Irina, Smirnov frowned and whispered, "Mechanical soldier number 5, you come to cover me." After receiving Smirnov's order, mechanical soldier number 5 Davis suddenly flashed and appeared beside Smirnov. He and Smirnov stood side by side, confronting Lin and Irina. After Davis came to Smirnov's side, Smirnov's frown was relieved a little. Mechanical soldier number 5 Davis also received the inculcation of Lin and Irina's combat experience data, and trained a combat model that could restrain any one of Lin and Irina 3 years ago. As a wizard who was promoted to the Demon King level with his alchemy attainments, Smirnov knew very well how difficult it was for wizards to go further after reaching the Demon King level. Therefore, Smirnov was sure that, even if Lin and Irina's strength had increased compared to 3 years ago, it would not increase too much. At least they could not break through the suppression of combat skills brought by Davis' combat model. However, Smirnov miscalculated. Whether it was the fire magic displayed by Lin during the Goblin Rebellion or the ice magic displayed by Irina when she forced Ella Big back, they were all their individual combat power. The alchemy scanner of the Magical Congress of the United States had never obtained the combat experience data of Lin and Irina fighting side by side. Without the corresponding data, the calculated results would inevitably have a certain deviation. Lin En and Irina signed a blood pact and a mind image pact, which allowed them to easily unite their minds in battle, and even allowed the conflicting flames and ice to merge into one, and exert their power together. These were all things that the Magical Congress of the United States of America had never expected. Chapter 781. Release the infernal demon puppets and defeat war machines with war machines. Lin En raised his left hand, and the black and red forbidden magic fire suddenly ignited. The forbidden magic power was overwhelming, and suppressed Smirnov and Avis. In the past 3 years, Lin En's fire magic and alchemy have improved a lot, which has greatly increased the power of the forbidden magic power carried by the forbidden magic fire. The forbidden magic power that was originally only able to weaken the magic power of the Demon King level wizard can now temporarily suppress the magic power of the Demon King level wizard. Feeling the enveloping forbidden magic power, Smirnov just sneered. Lin En's combat experience data has long been collected by the Magical Congress of the United States, which makes them familiar with Lin En's forbidden magic power, and they have long obtained the corresponding cracking method. I saw the magic power fluctuations around Smirnov and Avis dissipate, and what spreads with it is the pressure of the star power stored in their bodies. Hundreds of alchemy arrays were completed in an instant, and the energy source of these alchemy arrays was no longer magic power, but pure star power that they had plundered and stored in advance. Seeing this scene, Lin En was not surprised. Since Voldemort and Arnold were able to find loopholes in the forbidden magic power and develop targeted methods, there is no reason that the American Magic Congress could not do it. This is also the reason why he has improved the forbidden magic fire many times in the past 3 years, so that it can suppress the magic power of the Demon King level wizards. Unlike the forbidden magic staff that drags the enemy to death, the forbidden magic fire has the ability to distinguish between enemies and friends, which allows Lin En to release the forbidden magic fire to suppress the enemy without affecting his own spell casting. Even though Smirnov and Avis plundered a large amount of star power, enough to support a protracted war, magic is their most basic power after all. Suppressing their magic power is tantamount to cutting off one of their arms. Lin En waved his right hand, and the black spear appeared in his hand. The black spear made by the new magic spell Hellflame refining martial arts he invented became more powerful as his strength improved. The red lines climbed up the black spear body, and the breath of killing and burning spread out. The red magic flame, the all-devouring fierce fire, the eternal Goblet fairy fire, the purple and golden sky fire under the starry sky, and the fire of Nirvana that healed everything, ignited one by one in the air, surrounding Lin En. Not only that, Lin En seemed to have plans to intervene in the war on the ground battlefield. He grinned, and nearly 3,000 purgatory magic puppets made in advance were thrown onto the ground battlefield. You know, whether it is the Hellflame refining martial arts or the soul attachment spell, these two exquisite magic spells are branches that Lin En castrated from the ancient magic of the purgatory magic puppet. This ancient magic called the purgatory magic puppet, which is also a fire magic, is the root of Lin En's substantial improvement in strength. Among these nearly 3,000 purgatory demon golems, 1,000 purgatory demon golems are all created by Lin En with Goblet fairy fire, and the eternal flame is used as the carrier of the purgatory demon golems, which makes these purgatory demon golems can only be controlled, but not killed. In other words, these purgatory demon golems with only the most basic intelligence will be immortal on the battlefield, and they are also the most useful death squads. These purgatory demon golems made with Goblet fairy fire will become the most solid meat shields for Aura's and EA army. They will stand in front of Aura's and EA army to block the damage from the mechanical army. In addition, the purgatory demon golems made with Li Huo as the carrier, and the purgatory demon golems made with Zhui Xian Huo as the carrier, the number is 500. A total of 1,000 purgatory demon golems made with Li Huo or Zhui Xian Huo will become the sharpest blades on the battlefield. The Lihuo that devours everything will annihilate those mechanical soldiers, and the Huo that ignites everything will release the most terrifying high temperature under the bright starry sky. There are also 500 purgatory demon golems made with the fire of Nirvana as the carrier, which were thrown by Lin En behind the auras in the DA army. Unlike those purgatory demon golems that fight with weapons such as broadswords, spears, axes, giant hammers, heavy shields, etc. that are transformed by the corresponding flames, these 500 purgatory demon golems made with the fire of Nirvana as the carrier hold magic books, scepters, crystal balls and other props to assist in casting spells. Their role is to apply the flames of the fire of Nirvana in their bodies to the wounded soldiers among the auras in the DA army, and use the fire of Nirvana, which is equivalent to the healing effect of Phoenix Tears, to heal them. As for the last nearly 500 purgatory demon golems made with magic flames as the carrier, they were made by Lin En when he was bored. They were randomly thrown by Lin En into the middle of the mechanical army, waving the flame weapons in their hands, to exchange their lives with those mechanical soldiers. After these nearly 3,000 purgatory demon golems were thrown on the battlefield by Lin En, the situation turned around instantly. The total number of purgatory demon golems, auras, and DA army soldiers on the battlefield has exceeded 5,000, and the mechanical army that invaded the British magic world only had 5,000 mechanical soldiers. What's more, as the creation of the Demon King level wizards, these purgatory demon golems, which are positioned as war machines, have a lethality on the battlefield that far exceeds that of the elite auras. After these mechanical soldiers died in battle, they could be rebuilt in the alchemy laboratory, and after the purgatory demon golems were forcibly suppressed and extinguished by the huge force, they could also be easily created by Lin En. Not to mention the 1,000 purgatory demon golems made with Gobbler Fairy Fire as the carrier, which cannot be extinguished or killed. Compared with alchemy, magic often has a higher upper limit, not to mention the ancient magic that is famous for its power and mystery. Facing the war machine built by the American Magic Congress with alchemy, Lin En's choice is to build the same war machine with ancient magic. Defeat war machines with war machines. This is Lin En's trump card in the face of war. Otherwise, even if the auras and the DA soldiers had more alchemical badges and more lives, their flesh and blood bodies would not be able to withstand the destruction of war machines. The 1,000 purgatory demon golems transformed by Gobbler Fairy Fire holding heavy shields slowly and firmly advanced towards the direction of the mechanical army, while the purgatory demon golems transformed by Lihuo and Huo holding machetes and other weapons rushed into the mechanical army and killed wantonly. When seeing these purgatory demon golems falling from the sky, the auras and DA soldiers of the British magic world were shocked at first. However, after feeling the magic fluctuations similar to Lin En's emitted by these purgatory demon golems, and their actions of rushing towards the mechanical army, how could they not guess that this was Lin En's handiwork? Exclamation mark. In an instant, cheers rang out one after another, and the fighting spirit of the British magic world became even stronger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782. Is it God's will that the German magic world will perish? Exclamation mark. Lin En rarely used the purgatory demon golems to fight, and after Voldemort's resurrection, he never used this trump card again. This made the Macusa, which lacked the corresponding data, unable to know the capabilities and combat data of these purgatory demon golems in advance, and Lin En's move to deploy the purgatory demon golems was unexpected. After seeing the data transmitted back by the mechanical soldiers on the battlefield, the meeting hall of the Macusa was almost a mess. Yes, the chairman of the Macusa led his troops to invade the German magic world, and Josu, who was the top combat force, went to the French magic world, which made them lose their backbone for a while. After Josu defected to the Macusa and brought a lot of alchemy technology to the Macusa, they relied too much on these alchemy products, as well as the data and results analyzed by the alchemy instruments. This led to the fact that when the data and results analyzed by the alchemy instruments were greatly deviated from reality, they didn't know what to do, and at this critical moment, Josu and heirs, who had the ability to make the decision, were not in the Macusa. There was no other way, so the senior executives in the conference room had to package the data and send it to Josu, who had already arrived in the French magic world. After learning about the unexpected incident in the British magic world, Josu looked very unhappy. He looked at Nicholas Flamel, who was emitting a terrifying pressure in the distance. In desperation, he could only use the alchemical device connected to his consciousness to issue orders for them to stabilize the battlefield of the British magic world. The mechanical soldiers invading the British magic world were half of the entire mechanical army, and 6 of the Demon King level wizards of the American Magic Congress went to the British magic world. This made Josu think that the action on the battlefield of the British magic world would be very smooth, and they would capture the British magic world as quickly as possible, and then turn to support the battlefields of the French magic world and the German magic world. This was a plan that Josu had calculated long ago, but man's plans are not as good as God's plans. The ancient magic purgatory puppet that had never appeared in the vision of the American Magic Congress was beyond Josu's expectations. The battlefield of the British magic world, which was supposed to win the fastest in the plan, became the biggest loophole in the plan. This forced Josu to change his original quick win plan to a plan that was mainly about delaying and preventing the demon level wizards in the British magic world from reinforcing the other 2 battlefields. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist who has survived for more than 600 years, is this also in your plan? Josu looked at Nico coldly and asked word by word. Nico was startled when he heard Josu's words. He didn't know what happened, but from Josu's expression, he could guess that Lin had made a brilliant move that was beyond Josu's plan, which caused Josu, who had survived for more than 200 years and also stood at the pinnacle of magic, to have such a big change in his emotions. Nico said lightly, Josu, you are a sinner who broke the taboo of alchemy, an exile from the French magic world, and the culprit of this wizard war. I will make up for my mistake 200 years ago and kill you. Josu seemed to have heard some big joke. He laughed wildly and said, ha 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 ha, Nicholas Flamel, if you said this more than 200 years ago, you could really kill me. But now, Nicholas Flamel, the facts have proved that my choice is correct. Human alchemy is a feasible alchemical method, and my power has reached the pinnacle of magic with the success of human alchemy. Then, Nicholas Flamel, now I am in the same position as you. What right do you have to kill me now? What can you use to kill me now? Josu laughed wildly. When he raised his hand, nearly 100,000 alchemical floating cannons floated around him and completed the charging in an instant. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of golden energy shells broke through the air, turning into a barrage of destructive bullets, interweaving and shooting at Nico. Seeing this, Nico just snorted coldly, and with a thought, hundreds of thousands of alchemical arrays were refined. One after another, golden energy barriers unfolded in front of Nico, constantly resisting the attacks of those alchemical floating cannons. After the wizards were promoted to the Demon King level, they theoretically mastered endless magic power. Then, what determines the number and quality of spells or alchemical arrays they can control at the same time is their soul strength. Just like the execution of a computer task, an alchemist refines an alchemical array and controls it to fight, which is a single-threaded task, and an alchemist refines multiple alchemical arrays at the same time and controls them to fight, which is a multi-threaded task. If wizards practiced their magic power before they were promoted to the Demon King level, then wizards practiced their soul strength after they were promoted to the Demon King level. In this battlefield at an altitude of 10,000 meters, whether it is Nico or Josu, their soul strength is enough to allow them to control hundreds of thousands of alchemy arrays to fight at the same time. At the same time, at the border of the German magic world, more than 900 auras came here. These are all the auras of the German Ministry of Magic. The German magic world does not have a wizard army, which means that they only have more than 900 people to fight against the enemy in wartime. After learning that the American Magic Congress has launched a war against the German magic world, and the general who led the wizard army to attack the German magic world is still a Demon King level wizard, these auras of the German Ministry of Magic are desperate. Let these more than 900 auras intercept the wizard army of 2,000 people. There is still some hope. But let them defeat the Demon King level wizard. Isn't that a gift of thousands of miles away? A gift of smallness and a great sentiment? Exclamation mark. The psychological activities of these more than 900 auras are roughly like this. What? Defeat the Demon King level wizard? Me? Exclamation mark. This made their hands holding the magic wands tremble a little. Looking at the dark mass of mechanical troops thousands of meters away, the auras of the German Ministry of Magic almost lost their will to fight. At this moment, a white light flashed among the auras, and a man with heterochromatic eyes appeared among them. Who? The auras, whose nerves were already tense, immediately pointed their wands at the man with heterochromatic eyes and shouted. Those auras who had only joined the aura office for a few years did not know the other party's identity, but were just on guard against him. But the director of the aura office looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Gellert Grindelwald, you actually left Nuremberg. The director of the aura office was already a little desperate. Even the wizard army and Demon King level wizards of the American Magical Congress were not something they could deal with. And now, the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald has come. Could it be that God wants the German magic world to perish? Exclamation mark. Chapter 783. As is in a dilemma, the trouble that a first generation Dark Lord can bring. I don't like people pointing wands at me, Grindelwald said lightly, looking at the vigilant auras around him, and he pressed down with both hands. The next moment, all the auras put down their wands uncontrollably. They wanted to lift them up again, but it was as if something heavy was pressing on their hands, making them unable to lift them. The aura office director shouted, Grindelwald, what do you want to do? Haha. Grindelwald looked at him with contempt, and his light words rang out. If it weren't for your great saint Dumbledore asking me to stop the American Magical Congress, how could I protect a country that expelled me? Hearing Grindelwald's words, all the auras stayed where they were. The amount of information contained in Grindelwald's words was really too much. First of all, Grindelwald did not seem to have escaped from Nuremberg, but was deliberately released by Albus Dumbledore, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and the greatest white wizard of this century. Secondly, Grindelwald's purpose of coming to the German magic world does not seem to be revenge or to destroy the German magic world, but he was asked by Dumbledore to expel the American Magic Congress and protect the German magic world? Exclamation mark. In other words, Grindelwald, who stood between them, was once the first generation of the Dark Lord, and was a friend, not an enemy. Thinking of this, all the auras, including the director of the aura office, became excited, which meant that they would also have the combat power of a Demon King level wizard. As long as Grindelwald was willing to take action and stop the Demon King level wizard of the American Magic Congress, then king against king, soldier against soldier, they might not have no chance of winning. As time went on, the 2,000 mechanical soldiers led by Az arrived at the border of the German magic world. After knowing the purpose of the American Magic Congress in advance, that is, to start a war, these auras no longer planned to negotiate with the other party. When these auras raised their hands, hundreds of killing curses emitting a faint green light broke through the air and fell into the mechanical army. However, a scene that shocked the auras of the German Ministry of Magic appeared. The mechanical soldiers were hit by the killing curse, but they seemed to be unaffected and continued to attack the auras of the German Ministry of Magic. In just the first round of attack, more than 80 auras were killed. Seeing this scene, even Grindelwald was worried about these auras. He whispered, the other party is not a real human, but a creation of alchemy. They have no souls, and will not be affected by any spells that aim to kill souls. Hearing Grindelwald's words, these auras were shocked, and did not forget to change the means of casting spells, that is, changing the killing curse to a large-scale killing spell such as the powerful explosive curse. Above the battlefield, Az saw Grindelwald standing in front of him, and he roared, Gellert Grindelwald, who allowed you to walk out of Nuremberg? You damn war criminal. Hearing Az's question, Grindelwald just sneered and said, Az Craig, who allowed the United States Magic Congress to start a war? If we talk about war criminals, I'm afraid you will be the biggest war criminals when the United States Magic Congress is destroyed. Oh, maybe I forgot. You may not see the day when the United States Magic Congress is destroyed. After all, you are going to die in my hands soon. Grindelwald sneered, and when he raised his hand, a terrifying Cruciatus curse was released. Grindelwald is worthy of being a veteran Demon King level wizard. The timing of his Cruciatus curse and the angle of the dark red lightning are extremely tricky, which made Ayres unable to dodge or intercept it for a while. The intense pain made Ayres sweat coldly, but he still endured Grindelwald's Cruciatus curse, and raised his hand to chant the spell, Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald dodged Ayres' Cruciatus curse lightly. Then, his figure quickly apparated in the air. Every time he appeared in a certain direction of Ayres, he was accompanied by the release of a Cruciatus curse. Grindelwald's continuous apparition and the Cruciatus curse that came from nowhere made Ayres unable to defend himself. He gritted his teeth and apparated hundreds of meters away. Then, Ayres raised his wand, and thousands of cutting curses were instantly fired, shooting towards Grindelwald's direction. Ayres' promotion to the Demon King level wizard is based on his attainments in the cutting curse. His cutting curse can cut through everything. Even a Demon King level wizard, after being hit by his cutting curse, will be cut in half like Voldemort in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. The only thing to be thankful for is that after Ayres became a Demon King level wizard, he only improved the power and various skills of his cutting spell, instead of inventing an advanced spell for the corresponding spell like Harry did. Of course, Grindelwald should also be thankful that Ayres mastered the cutting spell, not the shadowless spell. Otherwise, with the concealment of the shadowless spell and the power far exceeding the cutting spell, I'm afraid that even Grindelwald, a veteran Demon King level wizard, would find it difficult to escape this disaster. Feeling the sharp blades cutting from all directions, Grindelwald chuckled and opened his hands to the outside. Then, the dark blue flame spread out in all directions with Grindelwald's figure as the center. Fire shield. Grindelwald laughed. The Fiendfy combined with the iron armor spell spread outward in circles like a gas stove, and in an instant it devoured the power of the cutting spell, and converted it into nutrients for the Fiendfy. Ayres' face was at 10, and he was also an eyewitness of the Grindelwald period. He knew exactly how terrifying Grindelwald's blue flames were. According to Josu's idea, the German magic world should not be guarded by a Demon King level wizard, and as a Demon King level wizard, he would be able to annex the German magic world smoothly, as if he were in an empty land. However, the appearance of Grindelwald made everything messed up. Grindelwald, who was supposed to be imprisoned in Nurmengard, appeared in the German magic world, restored to his heyday of magic level, and chose to help the German magic world fight against the American Magic Congress. This put Ayres in a dilemma. Go forward, Ayres, who has only been promoted to the Demon King level wizard for more than a year. How could he defeat, or even kill Grindelwald, a veteran Demon King level wizard? Exclamation mark. Retreat. Ayres can retreat unscathed, but these 2,000 mechanical soldiers will inevitably be wiped out. What's more, if Grindelwald, a demon level wizard, is left alone, the trouble that a first generation Dark Lord can bring to the American Magical Congress will far exceed that of Grindelwald, a demon level wizard who is delayed on the battlefield. Chapter 784. Ayres died in battle. He had no intention of protecting the lives of these auras. With no other options, Ayres had to bite the bullet and continue to stalemate with Grindelwald. Under the attack of the dark blue fiery flame, Ayres had to retreat. He continuously released the slicing curse towards Grindelwald, but under the engulfment of the dark blue fiery flame, his counterattacks were all in vain, and had no effect at all. As a fellow demon level wizard, Grindelwald's fiery flame curse gave Ayres a sense of despair. While Grindelwald was chasing Ayres, the battle on the ground battlefield also began. However, compared with the advantage of the sky battlefield, the ground battlefield seemed much more tragic. These more than 900 auras were all the auras in the German magic world, and the magic levels of these auras were uneven, and the number of elite auras was less than 100. In this case, they had to face a full 2,000 mechanical soldiers with the level of elite auras. The battle on the ground battlefield was more of a massacre than a war. These auras of the German Ministry of Magic are no match for the mechanical soldiers. The mechanical soldiers ignore the soul-killing spells such as the killing curse, and have a hard body that can withstand several explosion spells. Even the magic level they master has reached the level of elite auras. On the other hand, regardless of the level of magic of these auras, their flesh and blood alone have already made them inferior. The killing curse released by the mechanical soldiers can easily take the lives of these auras, and the explosion spells they release can kill a whole group of auras. These auras can't resist the offensive of the mechanical army at all. With more and more casualties, they have to choose to fight and retreat, trying to delay the time it takes for these mechanical soldiers to enter the German magic world. Under the attack of the mechanical soldiers, these auras of the German Ministry of Magic actually placed their last hope on their former enemy, the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald. If Grindelwald can repel, or even kill the Demon King level wizards of the American Magical Congress, then there is still room for maneuver. No matter how powerful those mechanical soldiers are, how sophisticated their tactics are, and how well organized their teams are, it's useless in front of a Demon King level wizard. Grindelwald also noticed the German auras who were in disarray below. He cursed in a low voice, and sped up the action of controlling the blue fierce fire to block Air's retreat. While fighting with Air's, Grindelwald also arranged layers of anti-apparition spells around, and even further away. When his anti-apparition spells covered the entire sky battlefield, Air's would have no way to go up to the sky, or down to the ground. Feeling the space blocked around him, Air's gritted his teeth. He wanted to resist, but he had no way. Grindelwald was one of the few Demon King level wizards who had broken into the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States. If Grindelwald was allowed to be active outside, and he just ran away, then Grindelwald would probably go straight to Huanglong and destroy the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States. Ayers kept waving his wand, using a powerful cutting spell to cut off some of the scattered blue fiend fire and the continuously condensed anti-apparition spell. After he was promoted to a Demon King level wizard, the cutting spell he was best at was able to cut off other spells. Even the anti-apparition spell set by Grindelwald could still be broken at a certain cost. Unfortunately, Grindelwald's blue fiend fire was too powerful. This made his cutting spell only able to cut off the fiend fire derived from the blue fiend fire that devoured other spells and turned them into nutrients, but could not harm the original flame of the blue fiend fire released by Grindelwald. Facing Ayers' desperate resistance, Grindelwald just repeated his actions, releasing more blue fiend fire and setting up more superimposed anti-apparition spells. Ayers' cutting spell could only break one anti-apparition spell at a time, but when faced with the stacked anti-apparition spells, Ayers' cutting spell seemed a bit stretched. Grindelwald estimated that he could kill Ayers on this sky battlefield before the German auras below were annihilated. Yes, Grindelwald had never intended to save the lives of these German auras. His goal was only to repel the army of the American Magic Congress and ensure that the German magic world, one of the three major magic circles in Europe, would not be destroyed. About half an hour later, the stacked anti-apparition spells had reached hundreds of layers. No matter how powerful Ayers' cutting spell was, it would be difficult for him to break all the anti-apparition spells without a few minutes. At this moment, Grindelwald stopped casting the anti-apparition spell and instead controlled the huge blue flames. In just a few breaths, he blocked all of Ayers' escape routes and swept towards Ayers. Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes were full of murderous intent. After laying the groundwork for so long, it was time for him to close the net. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Killing a demon level wizard, this experience he had never had before. Realizing Grindelwald's intentions, Ayers' pupils shrank slightly, and a fear he had never had before emerged in his heart. He retreated madly, but was forced back by the blue fiend fire that blocked him from behind. He roared at Grindelwald, "Grindelwald, I'm the president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, representing the entire American magic community. How dare you kill me?" Hearing Ayers' words, Grindelwald just slowly controlled the blue flames to slowly sweep up, like a cat that caught a mouse, intending to enjoy his food leisurely. Representing the American magic community? Haha, it's ridiculous. When the Magical Congress of the United States of America is destroyed, who will remember you? Ayers Craig, Grindelwald said with a chuckle. He raised his right hand holding the Elder Wand gently, and the blue fiend fire that turned into a giant dragon of fire immediately engulfed Ayers' figure. A shrill scream sounded in the blue fiend fi, but the shrill scream did not last long and disappeared, replaced by incomparable silence. Ayers Craig, the president of the Magical Congress of the United States, died at the hands of Grindelwald without leaving any sound or debris. Everything was devoured by the burning blue fire. Chapter 785 Bull Lightning. The border of the British magic world. A series of dark purple lightning condensed out of thin air, turning into a thunder spear, and stabbing in the direction of mechanical soldier number 2 Selby. Selby gently waved the metal magic wand in his hand, and a series of golden energy barriers formed by all chemical arrays intercepted in front of him, constantly blocking the thunder released by Irving. Each of these dark purple thunders was powerful enough to turn the Pentagon into a ruin in an instant, and even blasted a huge pit tens of meters deep on the ground. But such dark purple thunder with the power to destroy the world was intercepted by the seemingly ordinary golden energy barrier, which made Irving frown, and the vigilance he looked at Selby reached the extreme. It was different from mechanical soldier number 1 Elebic, who forcibly transformed every part of the mechanical body to the strength of the Demon King level, giving it the power of a Demon King level wizard. The transformation method of the mechanical single soldier number 2 Selby is to strengthen the energy core in the body. The energy core installed in Selby's chest is the energy source for all the alchemical arrays in this body, storing infinite magic power that is almost as powerful as the magic stone. Not only that, in this energy core, a large amount of star power is also stored to deal with Lin En's forbidden magic power. This allows Selby to easily call on huge magic power and forcibly resist or annihilate Iwin's dark purple thunder. After blocking the thunder released by Iwin, Selby waved the metal magic wand in his hand. The metal armor on Selby's back quickly extended and actually opened a huge hole. In that hole, there was a space that was cast with a powerful traceless stretching spell. All chemical floating cannons flew out from Selby's back, surrounded him under the control of Selby's consciousness data, and while floating up and down, to avoid the attack of thunder, they remotely absorbed the magic power of Selby's energy core to charge themselves. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of alchemical floating cannons floated around Selby and completed the energy storage. In an instant, tens of thousands of spherical golden energy shells broke through the air and hit Irving. Seeing this, Irving filled his body with the power of thunder, and with the unique deconstruction and reconstruction method of the Demon King level, he turned into thunder and shuttled hundreds of meters away. This was Irving's new understanding of the ancient magic of thunderfall, which allowed him to turn his body into thunder and shuttle like Irina's Ice Phantom's skill of turning into ice blue beams to shuttle. However, this method of turning into thunder to move requires him to concentrate all his energy on the deconstruction and reconstruction of thunder. Any slight mistake may cause his body to completely turn into thunder and explode, and he will never be able to change back. Therefore, this method consumes a lot of Irving's energy, and it is completely incomparable to space transmission methods such as phantom displacement. Only in battle, when all means of space transmission are blocked, will Iwin take this method of turning into thunder to avoid attacks. However, those tens of thousands of golden energy balls are not as simple as they seem. After Iwin turned into thunder and shuttled hundreds of meters away, they actually changed their direction out of thin air and followed Iwin's position. Iwin frowned even deeper. These golden energy shells have the function of automatically searching for enemies? Iwin immediately denied this conjecture. Iwin mastered the ancient magic of thunder, which made him have a strong perception of thunder and even electromagnetic waves related to electricity. Even though the alchemy signal of alchemy is not an electromagnetic wave, the transmission method of alchemy signal is extremely similar to electromagnetic waves. But Iwin, who has a strong perception, has noticed it. It seems that it is not these golden energy shells that can automatically search for enemies, but that the Demon King level mechanical soldier is remotely controlling them. After judging this, Iwin gave up the unrealistic evasion and instead manipulated the thunder to try to intercept these golden energy shells from the air. One after another, dark purple thunders condensed out of thin air and turned into spears that hit the golden energy balls and detonated them. Continuous explosions sounded from the air, and even the air was distorted under the violent explosions. However, the speed at which Irina manipulated the thunder to intercept these golden energy shells was far lower than the speed at which the tens of thousands of alchemical floating cannons stored energy and fired. The number of golden energy balls that kept flashing in the air and chasing Irina, who turned into thunder and dodged, not only did not decrease because of Irina's interception, but increased at a very fast speed. In just 1 minute, the number of golden energy balls chasing Irina rose from more than 10,000 to more than 300,000. No, we have to think of a way to solve the problem once and for all. Irina gritted his teeth and shuttled to a height of 1,000 meters away, buying himself a few breaths of time. If you want to intercept so many golden energy balls at the same time, a single attack like the Thunder Spear is obviously wrong. Only a strong range of damage can detonate more than 300,000 golden energy balls at the same time. Thunder is mostly presented in the form of falling thunder, but there are exceptions to everything in the world. Irving remembered the form of thunder he used to kill Rookwood in the Battle of Hogwarts, which was bull lightning. Compared with ordinary thunder, the energy inside bull lightning tends to be stable. Only when it is detonated by external force and the energy inside is released, will it show its true power. Irving put his hands together in front of his chest, and a thunder exuding a breath of terror, distortion and annihilation slowly formed between Irving's palms. But soon, the breath of annihilation was restrained as the shell of the dark purple thunder condensed. No one knew how terrifying the power of thunder was contained in this thunder shell. Under Irina's control, the bull lightning in his palm continued to condense, and a ray of lightning escaped from the bull lightning. The little thunder that escaped had the power to shatter the air. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of golden energy balls that were hitting him, Irina snorted coldly and suddenly threw the bull lightning in his hand. The speed of lightning was so fast that it even reached more than 1,000 times the speed of sound. In a blink of an eye, the bull lightning that gradually permeated with the aura of annihilation had already arrived at the center of the golden barrage formed by more than 300,000 golden energy balls. Then, the dark purple bull lightning exploded in the barrage formed by the golden energy balls, and the aura of annihilation instantly dyed half of the sky. Endless thunder that destroyed the world swept across hundreds of meters in an instant. Chapter 786. Destroy the mechanical soldier number 2 and the alchemical technology contained in the energy core. The bull lightning released a thunder force that was enough to destroy an entire city in an instant. This indiscriminate thunder force detonated the more than 300,000 golden energy balls. The devastating explosion bloomed in the air, and even Selby was forced back hundreds of meters by the symphony of thunder and explosion. If Irving and Selby's battlefield was not nearly 1,000 meters high, otherwise, whether it was the power of this bull lightning, or the power released by the simultaneous explosion of more than 300,000 golden energy balls, it would be enough to destroy all the people and all the mechanical soldiers on the ground battlefield. Selby, who was forced back by the explosion of the bull lightning and the golden energy ball, looked very embarrassed, and when he looked in the direction of Irving, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Irving released the first bull lightning and intercepted all the attacks of the golden energy balls. At the same time, he silently rubbed the second bull lightning in his hands. Judging from the aura of annihilation emitted by the second bull lightning, the power of this bull lightning is probably even greater than the first one. The alchemical weapons equipped by Selby are all alchemical floating cannons, which have great numerical advantages and strong long-range strike capabilities. These alchemical floating cannons have great advantages, whether facing enemies with extremely strong single combat power, or facing enemies with far more people than themselves. The numerical advantage and long-range strike capability of the alchemical floating cannons allow them to continuously release more golden energy shells to attack the enemy, and even treat the enemy as a dog to walk around. When facing enemies with numerical advantages, the tens of thousands of these alchemical floating cannons also make them not afraid of the enemy at all. Even when facing a wizard army of thousands of people, they can repel them with powerful firepower coverage. However, these alchemical floating cannons are restrained when facing bull lightning, which has a large coverage range and a range killing ability with terrifying power. One ball of lightning is enough to detonate all the golden energy shells fired by the alchemical floating cannon, and the space volume covered by one ball of lightning is enough to cover the maximum distance that the alchemical floating cannon can leave Selby's body. This also means that as long as Irina releases this ball of lightning at Selvy's location, even if the alchemical floating cannon escapes to the maximum distance that Selvy's consciousness data can connect, it still cannot escape the attack range of the ball of lightning. Damn it. Selvy cursed, and he waved the metal magic wand in his hand frantically, releasing one golden energy barrier after another. About 1/3 of the golden energy barrier blocked Selvy, and more of the golden energy barrier was under Selvy's control, protecting his alchemical floating cannon, trying to use this to allow the alchemical floating cannon to avoid the attack of the ball of lightning. However, Selvy's action was still too slow. Before he could release enough golden energy barriers, the dark purple ball of lightning with a breath of annihilation appeared in front of Selvy. The next moment, a force powerful enough to annihilate everything was released, sweeping all the alchemical floating cannons. These tens of thousands of alchemical floating cannons were unable to resist the thunder power that erupted after the ball lightning exploded. They exploded into balls of fire in the air and were annihilated under the continuous bombardment of the thunder power that erupted from the ball lightning. Even the alchemical floating cannons that fled hundreds of meters away from Selvy could not escape the fate of being annihilated under the continuous bombardment of the ball lightning, let alone Selvy's body that was exploded by the ball lightning! At the moment, when the ball lightning was released, Selvy's limbs exploded into metal fragments all over the sky, and his metal body, that had been transformed countless times, as well as his head with the highest protection, and equipped with an alchemical chip, were constantly squeezed and deformed. When the ball lightning dissipated, the metal body had already become bumpy, and there were even sparks constantly exploding on its surface. Although the head with the alchemical chip was still there, Selvy's simulated skin and blood were completely annihilated, and the mechanical eyeballs also exploded completely, causing Selvy to lose all his vision. Seeing this scene, Irina, who had already known that the other party was a mechanical soldier, was not surprised, but calmly summoned a thunder spear to finish off Selvy. The dark purple thunder spear was thrown by Irina with all his strength, piercing Selvy's head with the alchemical chip installed, completely cutting off the connection between Selvy's consciousness data and body. Irina flashed forward and put Selvy's remaining body parts into the pocket with the traceless extension spell he carried with him. This was what Lin En asked him to do. After learning that Josu had extremely high alchemical attainments and even had the same strength as Nicholas Flamel, Lin En had the idea of recycling the body parts of these mechanical soldiers. If some new alchemical technologies can be discovered and mastered from the body parts of these Demon King level mechanical soldiers, then this will definitely be a good thing for the benefit of the entire British magic world. In fact, Lin En's idea is indeed feasible. The energy core in the body of mechanical single soldier number 2 Selvy alone has energy storage technology that can store endless energy that is almost as powerful as the Philosopher's Stone, as well as powerful magic absorption technology that automatically absorbs external magic. The energy core in the body of mechanical single soldier number 2 Selvy can completely simulate the derivation process of magic in the body of a Demon King level wizard, which allows it to replace the Philosopher's Stone in terms of providing sufficient energy sources, and even surpass the Philosopher's Stone. If this energy core cannot turn stones into gold, or refine the potion of immortality, and cannot anchor the soul by this, otherwise this energy core can become an upgraded version of the Philosopher's Stone. While many Demon King level wizards in the sky battlefield started to fight each other, on the ground battlefield, Harry, who was a Demon King level wizard hidden among a group of auras, also began his own actions. Harry came to the front of the battlefield. He looked at the thousands of mechanical soldiers, raised his wand, smiled and said, "I'll kill you." A thin red light was released from Harry's wand, and then split into two into four, until hundreds of equally thin red lights were split. These red lights hit nearly 100 mechanical soldiers. The red light identified the alchemical chips installed in the heads of these mechanical soldiers as weapons and threats to themselves. Then, under the halo of the red light, nearly 100 alchemical chips broke away from the heads of the mechanical soldiers and floated in the air. Chapter 787, specializing in the life-taking curse against mechanical soldiers. The separation of the alchemical chip caused the connection between these consciousness data and the bodies of the mechanical soldiers to be cut off, causing the mechanical soldiers who lost control to fall one after another. This was Harry's biggest trump card. The advanced spell of the disarming spell he developed could make any part of the targeted hit be judged as a weapon in Harry's subjective consciousness and then disarm it. This made these mechanical soldiers operated by the consciousness data in the alchemical chip. After the alchemical chip was judged as a weapon and disarmed, equivalent to dying in battle. Just a spell that Harry casually released knocked down nearly 100 mechanical soldiers. Unfortunately, the difficulty of learning this advanced spell of the disarming spell was far higher than the Patronus spell, so the auras in the aura office had no time to learn it before the war began. Otherwise, no matter how strong the magic level of these mechanical soldiers was, as long as they were hit by this advanced spell of the disarming spell once, they would have to die on the spot. It can be said that this advanced spell of the disarming spell is a death curse that specializes in mechanical soldiers. Harry waved the wand in his hand. Every time he cast a spell, he could cut off the connection between the consciousness data of nearly 100 mechanical soldiers and their bodies, making them completely lose their combat effectiveness. In just a few minutes, more than 1,000 mechanical soldiers fell in Harry's hands. This is already 1/5 of the number of mechanical soldiers on the battlefield. After discovering Harry, the demon-level wizard who knocked down mechanical soldiers on the ground battlefield without being restrained, Smirnoff, who was fighting with Lin and Irina, had to choose to resist the pressure brought by the two on his own, and ordered the mechanical soldier number 5 Davis to intercept Harry. After receiving Smirnoff's order, Davis controlled the mechanical wings extending from behind him, used the flames to quickly leave the sky battlefield, and after leaving the suppression range of the forbidden magic fire, and regaining control of the magic power, he quickly killed in the direction of Harry. Seeing Davis coming straight towards him, Harry smiled helplessly. What a pity. If the Macusa had given him some more time, it would not be impossible to kill you, and wipe out the entire mechanical army with this move. Harry slowly raised his wand and pointed it at Davis. Kill you. A thin red light broke through the air and then split into hundreds of identical thin red lights in the air. The flight trajectories of these red lights were not straight lines, but under Harry's intentional control, they drew beautiful arcs in the air and shot towards Davis at various tricky angles. Even though Davis had the combat power of a Demon King level wizard, he was still a mechanical soldier, not a real human. This meant that the alternative killing curse that this pair of mechanical soldiers specialized in was still effective for Davis, a Demon King level mechanical soldier. From the process of Harry knocking down those mechanical soldiers, Davis had already realized the lethality of this thin red light to the mechanical soldiers. He frowned slightly and waved the wand in his hand horizontally. Each piece of metal armor on Davis' body seemed to be made up of thousands of extremely thin metal shields engraved with countless alchemical arrays. Under Davis' control, these extremely thin metal shields peeled off from his metal armor layer by layer, and then floated in the air, intercepting the slender red light that was attacking. The advanced spell of this disarming spell was extremely overbearing. Like the killing spell, this slender red light could not be blocked by any energy form of defense, only objects could block it. Thousands of metal shields surrounded Davis' body, but after these metal shields fell off Davis' body, Davis' metal armor was only a layer thinner, that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. It can be imagined how exaggerated the number of metal shields that spliced together the metal armor on Davis' body was. The metal shields surrounding Davis' body flashed with strange blow lines, as if a huge amount of magic power was accumulated in these metal shields. Soon, ice blue rays were emitted from the center of these metal shields, shooting towards Harry. After these ice blue rays were emitted from the metal shields, the nearly 100 thin red lights released by Harry also arrived. However, these nearly 100 thin red lights were insignificant in front of thousands of metal shields. 100 metal shields volunteered to intercept them, at the cost of their own crash, to intercept the thin red light, while more metal shields continued to accumulate energy and shot ice blue rays in the direction of Harry. This ice blue ray was not a freezing spell, but a manifestation of pure lethality. Harry dodged these ice blue rays with difficulty. Every ice blue ray that exploded at Harry's feet could create a deep pit that was no less than that caused by the explosion spell. Davis, who was suspended in the air with the help of mechanical wings, was like a god who bestowed divine punishment and sprinkled ice blue laser rain on the ground. In order to prevent the auras and DAME from being affected by the ice blue laser rain and causing large-scale casualties, Harry had to bite the bullet and go to the air to confront Davis. Harry chose to fight in the sky battlefield, which meant that he had to bear all the firepower of these metal shields by himself. However, the spells Harry was best at were single target attack magic such as the disarming spell, which made Harry have no way to counter Davis at all, and he could only be beaten by Davis. Harry controlled his body to roll awkwardly in the air, dodging the dense ice blue laser rain. He knew that his mission was to contain Davis, so that his other comrades could successfully kill the opponent and help him. Time went back to the moment when the Sky War began. Astoria was surrounded by thousands of blood-red spears. Under her control, these blood-red spears shot out and went straight to the mechanical single soldier number 3 Bartlett. However, unlike mechanical soldier number 2 Selvey and mechanical soldier number 5 Davis, who are good at long-range firepower strikes, mechanical soldier number 3 is better at close combat with all chemical melee weapons. From the combat experience data of Lin and Irina, Bartlett integrated the combat model of the two holding black spears or ice crystal spears. This gave him combat skills that surpassed Lin and Irina in close combat. A silver metal spear suddenly appeared in Bartlett's hand. He quickly shuttled between these blood-colored spears, and the silver spear in his hand was swung so hard that it almost left an afterimage. Chapter 788, The Transforming Power of the Blood Curse, seriously injured Astoria. Every time the silver spear was swung, a blood-red spear was shattered. This blood-red spear, which was powerful enough to kill a demon-level wizard, was shattered under the slash of the silver spear, and turned into ordinary blood, and spilled on the ground. This silver spear looked very technological, with a cold sharp edge flashing at the tip of the spear, and a murderous aura spread out. The thousands of blood-red spears were shattered one by Bartlett, and while shattering these blood-red spears, Bartlett was still approaching Astoria's position. Soon, the distance between Bartlett and Astoria was reduced from nearly 1,000 meters at the beginning to less than 100 meters. Astoria noticed Bartlett's intention, and she gently scratched her left wrist with her magic wand, and a large amount of blood spilled, and under her control, it turned into a huge blood-red barrier. Compared with the blood condensed by the ancient magic blood curse, the blood curse cast by Astoria with her own blood as the guide will be several times more powerful than the original. The blood-colored barrier suddenly unfolded, dyeing everything around it scarlet. Seeing this, Bartlett finally stopped approaching Astoria. He slightly tilted his body and waved the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear burst out a strong wave of magic power, and the tip of the silver spear also burst into blue light. Several feet of spear light spit out from the tip of the spear that burst into blue light, and as Bartlett waved the silver spear, it swept towards the blood-colored barrier. The spear light with a mist of blue light collided with the blood-colored barrier, and blood flowers exploded on the surface of the blood-colored barrier. Every drop of blood that exploded contained the terrifying power to penetrate steel. The silver spear kept crossing the blood-colored barrier, exploding a series of blood flowers. Under the continuous attack of this silver spear, the blood-colored barrier looked more and more transparent. Bartlett sneered. He looked at the almost translucent blood-colored barrier and stabbed the silver spear in his hand forward. The silver spear spewing out the spear light shattered the blood-colored barrier that had been resisting for a long time. The blood-colored barrier exuding a scarlet breath was like a broken mirror, and it exploded into fragments all over the sky. After the blood-colored barrier was broken, Astoria seemed to be backlashed, and her face looked a little pale. The smile on Bartlett's face became even more intense. He approached Astoria slowly and steadily. Looking at the girl who kept retreating, he actually had a feeling of cat and mouse. He enjoyed the feeling of watching the prey struggle constantly, but ultimately could not escape the fate of dying in his hands. Even though the Bartlett in the old chemical chip was not a real soul, but Bartlett's consciousness data. But the consciousness data that reproduced all of Bartlett's memories and thoughts still maintained his nature, that is, arrogance and recklessness. This made Bartlett not notice the cunning flashing in Astoria's eyes when he was chasing Astoria like teasing his prey. Astoria used her own blood as a guide to cast the blood-colored barrier formed by the blood curse, but it was not as simple as it looked, nor as fragile as it appeared. The blood-colored barrier composed of blood was lingering with the extremely terrifying curse power of the blood curse, and after Astoria pulled the blood out of her body, she took the initiative to activate the curse power contained in the blood. When Bartlett shattered the blood-colored barrier, the blood-colored fragments that shattered like a mirror did not dissipate in the air, but quietly attached to Bartlett's body and merged into Bartlett's body. At the same time, the curse power of the blood curse that Astoria took the initiative to activate also entered Bartlett's body, destroying Bartlett's body invisibly. The body of mechanical single soldier number 3 Bartlett is an all-chemical creation, not a real flesh and blood body, which means that Astoria's blood curse, the Scarlet Blood Moon, which is most proficient in, is completely ineffective against Bartlett. But the blood curse is different. The blood curse is an extremely vicious curse, and the effect of the blood curse after the curse power is activated is not just to destroy the host's body functions and cause death. The most vicious part of the blood curse is its curse characteristic of deformation, which is to transform the human body into a beast such as a venomous snake, so that the host of the blood curse will forever sink into the body of the beast until the soul and the body are completely reduced to a beast. This kind of deformation that transforms the human body into a beast, in addition to the conversion of blood and genes in the blood, also has the effect of transfiguration. The human blood and genes in the blood are transformed into beasts, which will not turn the human body into a beast, but will cause the human body to reject it, leading to the death of the human body. Only by using the effect of transfiguration to turn the human body into a beast, and then replacing the corresponding blood and genes in the blood, can the process of transforming humans into beasts be completed. And what Astoria wants to use is the effect of transfiguration that takes effect when the curse power of the blood curse erupts. As a Demon King level all-chemical creation, the body of the mechanical single soldier number 3 Bartlett is composed of precise all-chemical parts. When one of the all-chemical parts of this mechanical body fails, or is replaced with something else, all the parts related to it will stop working, and the load that the all-chemical part should bear cannot be shared, which may cause the entire mechanical body to be overloaded and damaged. Astoria pretended to be afraid and kept retreating, but she secretly cast the blood curse, controlling the blood that had entered Bartlett's body to spread to the whole body of the mechanical body. In order to let the curse power of the blood curse spread to Bartlett's body as soon as possible, Astoria did not deliberately hide the breath of the blood, which made Bartlett quickly realize that something was wrong. After sensing the unknown power in his body, Bartlett's eyes appeared serious, and he looked at Astoria coldly. "Since you don't want to play anymore, let's end it," Bartlett said coldly, and he appeared in front of Astoria in a flash. Before Astoria could react, Bartlett handed the silver spear in his hand forward. With the sound of the spear tip piercing flesh, the silver spear pierced Astoria's abdomen. Blood flowed down the silver spear, and Astoria's petite body was lifted up by Bartlett swinging the silver spear that pierced her body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789, The Scarlet Blood That Builds Everything Will Last Forever Like the Moon. Astoria, who was seriously injured by the silver spear, turned pale. She struggled to hold the gun that pierced her abdomen, and the scarlet blood flowed down the gun and fell on Bartlett's hand holding the gun. The blood flowing down the silver spear was like a long rope, connecting Astoria and Bartlett together. Yes, Astoria raised her head with difficulty, but the corners of her mouth were abnormally raised. It's time to end it all. As Astoria's voice fell, the strange power started from Astoria's injured abdomen and spread to Bartlett's hand in an instant along with the flowing blood. Then, Bartlett's whole body was filled with bloody light, and every corner of his body had the same strange power spreading out, as if responding to the blood light released by Astoria. What did you do? Bartlett keenly realized that his body was undergoing some kind of irreversible and extremely harmful changes. His face changed drastically, he pulled out the silver spear, and his body retreated violently. But it was too late. Astoria, who had regained her freedom, placed her left hand on her abdomen. The power of the blood curse allowed her wound to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked at the terrified Bartlett with a bright smile on her face. This scarlet blood that builds everything will last forever like the moon, Astoria whispered softly and snapped her fingers. The next moment, the cursed power of the blood curse lurking in Bartlett's body broke out, and the strange power invaded every corner of Bartlett's mechanical body. The deformed magic acted on these precise alchemical parts. Countless precise alchemical parts were transformed into other forms, which caused some of the components that were originally operating normally to stop operating, while other components exploded in Bartlett's body due to overload. Astoria's figure turned into a bloodlight and appeared in front of Bartlett in the blink of an eye. A dagger transformed by the blood curse condensed in the palm of her left hand. Bartlett was shocked and angry as he looked at Astoria, whose speed was much faster than his, after she turned into blood. Obviously, the reason why Astoria was caught up by him and pierced by his silver spear was not because Astoria's speed was not as fast as his, nor was it because Astoria did not have time to react before his attack. Instead, all this was intentional by Astoria. Astoria's purpose was to let her blood, which contained the extremely terrifying cursed power of the blood magic spell, sink into her body and use the blood flowing down the silver spear to detonate. The blood-colored dagger in Astoria's hand suddenly pierced through Bartlett's extremely hard head and destroyed the alchemical chip installed in Bartlett's head. The destruction of the alchemical chip cut off the connection between Bartlett's consciousness data and the mechanical single soldier number 5, and the body that lost control fell straight to the ground. Astoria's figure once again turned into a streak of blood, and she put the fallen mechanical soldier number 5 and the silver spear with a futuristic sense of technology into her pocket with the traceless extension spell. Turn the view to Fred and George. Fred and George stood side by side, and the tens of thousands of alchemical arrays that had been refined long ago formed a huge alchemical matrix, locking the figure of mechanical soldier number 4 Owens inside. As Fred and George waved their wands, the tens of thousands of alchemical arrays took effect at the same time. Nearly 5,000 alchemical arrays fired golden rays in the direction of Owens that were enough to kill the Demon King level wizard. These golden rays intertwined into a large net in the alchemical matrix, blocking all of Owens' retreat routes and forcing Owens to face the attack of the golden rays. And the other nearly 2,000 alchemical arrays turned into golden energy barriers spliced together at the border of the alchemical matrix. These golden energy barriers completely turned this alchemical matrix into a huge cage, trapping Owens to death. As for the remaining more than 3,000 alchemical arrays, they are continuously absorbing the magic power from the outside world to power these alchemical arrays that have turned into golden energy barriers, ensuring that they will not be broken through by the enemies inside. Not only that, there are more golden runes that have turned into currents surging out of Fred and George's wands, swarming towards the direction of the alchemical matrix and constantly blending into those golden energy barriers and merging with them. These golden runes formed a golden film on the surface of the golden energy barrier, isolating all the breath inside and outside the alchemical matrix. This is Nickel Flamel's Demon King's barrier. Unexpectedly, Fred and George actually learned the refining method of the Demon King's barrier from Nico. Under the isolation of the Demon King's barrier, Owens will be completely trapped in this alchemical matrix, and under the energy supply of more than 3,000 alchemical arrays, Owens wants to rely on his own strength to forcibly break through the Demon King's barrier, which can be said to be a fantasy. What's more, there are Fred and George, two Magic King level wizards, sitting outside the alchemical matrix like God. Owens can't break through the Magic King's barrier from the inside, and it's even more impossible to break through from the outside. Even though Owens and the Weir Light Winds are both Magic King level wizards, Owens himself is an alchemical creation after all. Fred and George are alchemists who mainly study the application of alchemical arrays in war and refine war weapons. This is almost the relationship between the creator and the creatures created by the creator. This relationship alone is enough for the Weir Light Winds, who have been promoted to the Magic King level wizards with alchemical attainments, to suppress Owens. Looking at the nearly 5,000 alchemical arrays that constantly shoot golden rays at him, Owens gritted his teeth and waved the metal wand in his hand. More than 6,000 alchemical arrays were refined in an instant, surrounding Owens' body, and the golden light and Owens' golden hair complemented each other. The fighting method of Mechanical Soldier number 4 Owens is neither the long-range firepower attack like Mechanical Soldier number 2 Seldy, nor the close combat like Mechanical Soldier number 3 Bartlett, but a method similar to the Magician's Alchemical Array to bombard. This coincides with the fighting method of the Weir Light Winds. These more than 6,000 alchemical arrays completed the energy storage and also emitted a large number of golden rays, which collided with the golden rays emitted by the alchemical matrix and exploded in the air. Chapter 790 Golden Pupils and Colorful Spells. The golden rays collided and cancelled each other out, and it seemed that no one could do anything to the other. Use that trick. Seeing this, Fred looked at George and said softly. George nodded slightly and waved the magic wand in his hand, hooking a brand new alchemical array in the air. This alchemical array derived thousands of golden threads, connecting this brand new alchemical array with every alchemical array in the alchemical matrix. Fred pressed his left palm on the brand new alchemical array, and strands of power that did not belong to this world were released from Fred's palm and merged into the brand new alchemical array. In Nico's manner, Fred and George also borrowed Nico's starry sky observation map to establish a connection with thousands of stars, and like Lin En, through this connection, they obtained a ray of the power of the star's origin. This allowed Fred and George to release a steady stream of star power and use it in battle. The function of this new alchemy array is to replace the energy source, that is, to replace the energy source of the tens of thousands of alchemy arrays and the alchemy matrix with star power. Even the more than 3,000 alchemy arrays that automatically absorb magic power have become the star power in Fred's body. If Fred had not extracted a large amount of star power from the star source in advance and stored it in the corners of his body, otherwise the simultaneous extraction of more than 3,000 alchemy arrays would be enough to suck Fred dry in an instant. However, in just a few breaths, the energy source of this huge alchemy matrix and even the Demon King barrier that was integrated with it was replaced with star power. After completing the replacement of the energy source, Fred and George waved their wands at the same time, and alchemy arrays were outlined in the center of the matrix. The effect of these alchemy arrays is to ban magic. As students of Wallace and Green, how could Fred and George not have learned the alchemy knowledge related to the power of banning magic? Exclamation mark. The terrifying power of forbidden magic descended into this alchemical matrix, completely suppressing Owen's magic power, which forced Owens to replace his energy source with the star power as a reserve energy. However, Owen's star power was plundered in advance by the Magical Congress of the United States and stored in his energy core, rather than being continuously drawn from the star source. This means that the star power in Owen's body is extremely limited. Under the attack of nearly 5,000 alchemical arrays that emit golden beams of star power in this alchemical matrix, his star power cannot last too long. Under the continuous attacks of this alchemical matrix, the star power in Owen's energy core soon ran out of emergency. Before the war, Fred and George's reserve of star power in advance was no less than that in Owen's energy core, and they were able to temporarily draw star power from the star source during the battle. This made it easy for Fred and George to win in the war of attrition. Looking at Owens, whose star power was getting dimmer and dimmer, Fred and George looked at each other and nodded to each other. Fred and George were suspended in the air, standing side by side, with their hands clasped together. A huge golden alchemical array was constantly outlined behind them, and finally turned into a huge golden pupil. This golden pupil seemed to be the eyes of God, and the incomparable majesty in the breath that could suppress everything slowly descended on Owens. Owens looked at the huge alchemical array behind Fred and George in fear, as well as the golden pupil in the center of the alchemical array. He felt the breath of death from the golden pupil. The alchemical array that was previously used to replace the energy source also extended a golden thread, connecting to this golden pupil, which made the star power in Fred and George's body almost drained by this golden pupil in an instant. Fred and George's faces turned pale. The golden pupil consumed too much of their energy, but correspondingly, the power contained in the golden pupil was also extremely terrifying. Fred and George clenched their hands, and the wands in their other hands were uniformly drawn in the direction of Owens. They looked at Owens, who was trapped in the center of the alchemical matrix, with fierce expressions. The next moment, a devastating breath broke out. The golden pupil turned into a golden light column with a diameter of more than 10 meters and came to Owen's in an instant, completely engulfing and annihilating Owen's body. This golden beam did not stop because it killed Owens. It directly bombarded the ground battlefield more than 2,000 meters away and bombarded the mechanical army. More than 600 mechanical soldiers were destroyed by this terrifying golden beam, and they were turned into nothing under the power that was enough to decompose everything. On the other side, Dumbledore's battle with mechanical soldier number 1 Elabic also entered a white-hot stage. Elabic was like a real duel master. His movements were so sharp, and the spells that followed one after another and the spellcasting skills hidden in these spells were so exquisite. He gently waved the wand in his hand, and the spells released from his wand could even be said to be colorful. The red beam of the disarming spell, the bright purple beam of the stunning spell, the grey-white beam of the shattering spell, the white light of the vanishing spell, the ice blue beam of the freezing spell, and the dark green beam of the killing spell. These 6 spells showing different colors were released by Elabic at the same time, and they differentiated into colorful beams containing the power of different spells, drawing a graceful arc in the air and flying towards Dumbledore. The flight trajectories of these spells were so tricky that even Dumbledore had to summon his own phoenix, Fawkes, and used Fawkes' flame apparition to avoid the attacks of all the spells. As these spells continued to shoot out, Dumbledore also quickly swung his wand, and streams of water formed out of thin air, surrounding Elabic with a strangling force. As Dumbledore's reliance on the promotion of the Demon King level wizard, the water prison spell cast by Dumbledore himself was naturally not as simple as it looked. These streams of water turned into anacondas, which opened their ferocious bloody mouths and bit in the direction of Elabic. No matter how Elabic dodged, this anaconda, which seemed to have its own intelligence, could keep up with Elabic's pace at the fastest speed and pounce on Elabic's position. Chapter 791, Vanishing Spell, Water Prison Spell and the God of Fire clearing the way. Elabic no longer tried to dodge. The metal wand in his hand fit into the groove on the inside of his forearm, as if it had merged with his forearm. His palm turned upward. All chemical arrays were refined in his palms and turned into golden energy barriers. This golden energy barrier seemed to be used not only to defend against external attacks. After the water dragon released by Dumbledore hit the golden energy barrier, the golden energy barrier actually exploded. The terrifying power generated by the explosion annihilated the water dragon released by Dumbledore, and the golden energy barrier also dissipated in the air with the explosion. After using the alchemical array to block Dumbledore's attack, Elabic's hands quickly crossed in front of him. Thousands of golden threads extended from his metal palms, hooking out alchemical arrays, and these alchemical arrays were connected together in a special pattern. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore's expression became more serious. Before the war began, he had commissioned Lin to strengthen the defense of Hogwarts Castle, especially the restrictions on anti-apparition, and personally watched Lin complete the defense reinforcement. Therefore, after seeing Elabic's actions, Dumbledore knew what the other party was going to refine, that is, the space blockade array. Elabic is a Demon King level wizard, which means that the space blockade array he refined will be extremely solid. Only Nicholas Flamel, who has reached the extreme on the road of alchemy, or Josu, who has gone all the way to the end on the taboo of human alchemy, can possibly crack his space blockade array. If Elabic is allowed to refine this rudimentary space blockade array, then even the flame apparition of Phoenix Fawkes will be intercepted in this sky battlefield. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and water dragons broke through the air, trying to interrupt Elabic's action of refining the space blockade array in a suicide attack. However, the golden energy barriers that also appeared in the form of suicide interception allowed Elabic to successfully refine the space blockade array. After the space blockade array was formed, Dumbledore felt that the space around him became much more viscous, and even Fawkes, who was standing on his shoulder, shook his body uncomfortably. The metal wand attached to Elabic's forearm bounced up again, and countless spells flashing with colorful light flew out again, like a rainbow drawing a graceful arc in the air, pointing directly at Dumbledore. This time, Dumbledore could not rely on the flame apparition to avoid the attack of these spells. Dumbledore sighed lightly, and a huge amount of magic power gathered at the top of his wand. Then, Dumbledore swung the wand in his hand violently, releasing a large piece of white light like a curtain, sprinkling on the oncoming colorful spell. This white light is like an eraser that can erase everything. The moment the white light and the colored spell come into contact, the white light and the colored spell disappear together in the air, as if they had never appeared. This is a vanishing spell that Dumbledore is very good at. The vanishing spell belongs to the category of transfiguration, and when Dumbledore was young, he taught at Hogwarts Castle, and the first position he held was the Professor of Transfiguration. From this point of view alone, we can understand Dumbledore's transfiguration and the attainments of the vanishing spell derived from transfiguration. Under Dumbledore's full effort, the colorful spells flying all over the sky were forcibly erased and disappeared in the air. War Machine, or the Mechanical Single Soldier number 1 of the Magical Congress of the United States, Mr. Elebic, I will not have any reservations. For a better peace in the magic world, please die again. Dumbledore's beard fluttered under the huge magic fluctuations, and the fierce fire containing the breath of engulfing everything surrounded him. Feeling the energy that Dumbledore burst out, Elebic seemed to be much more alert, but he sneered and said, I didn't expect that Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, would also use such a profound black magic as a fiery curse. Listening to Elebic's sarcasm, Dumbledore closed his eyes and slightly turned his body. Hundreds of water dragons appeared in all directions of Elebic in an instant, biting towards Elebic with lightning speed. When facing the golden energy barrier refined by Elebic, there would be another flash of white light in time, using the effect of the vanishing spell to take these self-destructing truck-like golden energy barriers and disappear in the air. Elebic's alchemical array used for defense was erased by the vanishing spell, which made him unable to resist the sweeping water dragon, and he was immediately bound by the huge water flow. The huge pressure carried by the water flow pressed Elebic to be unable to move, and even his mechanical joints made an overwhelmed clicking sound under the pressure. At this time, Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes, raised his wand, and shouted in a deep voice, Vulcan, make way. Endless fierce fire surrounded Dumbledore, as if to turn the whole world into a burning sea of fire. The terrifying flames extended out like a road to the sky, and in an instant extended to Elebic. The Vulcan made way, and collided with the water prison spell, and the airwave that was raised evaporated Elebic's mechanical body, completely erasing his existence from this world. At the top of the sky battlefield, Lin and Irina were chasing Smirnov frantically. After sending the Mechanical Single Soldier number 5 Davis to contain Harry, and prevent Harry from using the advanced spell of the disarming spell, to kill the mechanical army on a large scale, Smirnov, who was left alone, was naturally no match for Lin and Irina. Smirnov was good at human alchemy, not applying alchemy to war, which made it difficult for him to defeat the two in actual combat, even if he integrated the combat experience data of Lin and Irina. However, Smirnov transformed his body with human alchemy, which made his body as strong as any of the bodies of the mechanical soldiers number 1 to number 5. Even if Irina's ice crystal spear hit Smirnov, it could only leave a deep scar on his body, but could not penetrate his body directly. Demon King level wizards are not as easy to kill as imagined, not to mention the Demon King level wizards of the Magical Congress of the United States. Just talk about Voldemort, who was killed by Lin En and Irina over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 3 years ago. In order to completely kill Voldemort, Lin En and Irina took great pains to destroy the Horcruxes and lead Voldemort to the home field of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and paid so much price, and only then successfully killed him. Chapter 792, A Killing Move of Ice and Fire. Although Voldemort was a powerful old-fashioned demon-level wizard at that time, his essence was just a madman whose soul was cut into 7 parts, and became moody, because of the loss of soul. Even Voldemort was so difficult to kill, let alone Smirnov, who was still in his prime! Exclamation mark. At this time, some people might be confused. Since the demon-level wizard was so difficult to kill, how could Grindelwald easily kill Ayres, the chairman of the American Magic Congress, and why could Dumbledore and others kill the mechanical single soldiers number 1 to number 4 in succession? Exclamation mark. You know, Grindelwald, as a veteran demon-level wizard, had already been promoted to the demon-level wizard 100 years ago, and had more experience than Ayres as a demon-level wizard for nearly 100 years. After leaving Nurmengard, Grindelwald's hidden injuries and hidden dangers were all healed under the effect of Lin's Nirvana fire, which was equivalent to the Phoenix Tears. This made his body return to its prime except for the irreversible wear and tear of the years. Not only that, Grindelwald's promotion to the Demon King level wizard was based on the combination of the fiery blaze and the ironclad curse, that is, the fire shield created by Grindelwald. Both the fiery blaze and the ironclad curse are extremely advanced magic, not to mention the combination of the two to form the fire shield. With the blessing of the self-created buff, no one in the entire magic world has gone further than Grindelwald in the research of the fire shield. On the other hand, what about Ayers Craig, the president of the Magical Congress of the United States? Ayers' promotion to the Demon King level wizard was based on the cutting curse, which even some small wizards know. Even if he can play the cutting curse well, it is impossible for the cutting curse to transform into the divine edge shadowless curse! What's more, Ayers has only been promoted to the Demon King level wizard for a year, and after he was promoted to the Demon King level wizard, he has never experienced a battle between Demon King level wizards. Under such a huge power disparity, it is not difficult to understand that Ayers, who has no actual combat experience, will die at the hands of Grindelwald, the first generation of the Dark Lord, right? As for the mechanical soldiers number 1 to number 4, even though they carry the consciousness data of wizards and have the combat power of demon level wizards, their essence is still an alchemical creation, not a real demon level wizard. To kill a real demon level wizard, you need to consider the opponent's various trump cards, just like Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, or Dumbledore's substitute Phoenix. But if you want to kill an alchemical creation with the combat power of a demon level wizard, you only need to destroy the opponent. At this moment, under the joint pursuit of Lin En and Irina, Smirnov has already retreated. Looking at Lin En, who used the flame apparition to move in front of him and chopped him on the head with a black spear, and Irina, who turned into an ice blue beam and came to his side, stabbing him in the heart with an ice crystal spear, Smirnov did not hesitate at all. The alchemy array transformed into a golden light that wrapped Smirnov inside and carried him hundreds of meters away. Alchemy arrays appeared under Smirnov's feet. This was a sophisticated teleportation type alchemy array, enough to cross the entire Atlantic Ocean and teleport Smirnov back to the American magic world. Not only that, the shielding type alchemy array refined by Smirnov could also eliminate the spatial traces left after his spatial teleportation, preventing Lin En and Irina from locking his foothold through the changes in space. Smirnov seemed to have calculated everything, but he forgot that Lin En was also an alchemist and the disciple of the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel. The moment Smirnov began to arrange the alchemy array, Lin En sensed the other party's intention. Lin En sneered and swung the magic wand in his hand. Dense golden thread spread out, completely covering the space at the top of the sky battlefield. Before Smirnov's teleportation alchemy array was completed, the space blockade array covering most of the sky battlefield had already locked the space here. Seeing this, Smirnov's face suddenly turned pale. It is true that Smirnov, who was promoted to the Demon King level wizard with his alchemy attainments, was able to break the space blockade array refined by Lin En. But the magic level of both parties is the Demon King level wizard, which also means that there is no leap forward gap between them, and Smirnov needs enough time to break this space blockade array. However, Lin En and Irina obviously did not intend to give Smirnov time to break the space blockade array. Hundreds of alchemical arrays surrounded Smirnov, but these alchemical arrays were not made by Smirnov, but by Lin. These alchemical arrays released strong golden light, locking Smirnov's hands and feet, making Smirnov unable to move. Smirnov quickly refined more alchemical arrays out of thin air, trying to destroy these alchemical arrays that controlled him, but in just a few seconds, a new attack came. Lin and Irina stood side by side. Lin waved the magic wand in his hand, and the blazing flames turned into a terrifying fire dragon, spinning and attacking in the direction of Smirnov. Irina then waved her magic wand, and the icy power that was enough to freeze the soul turned into an ice blue beam of light that broke through the air and intertwined with Lin's fire tornado. Irina's ice and Lin's flames intertwined and intertwined, like ice and fire in two different worlds. The high and low temperatures that should have been contradictory overlapped so harmoniously, and they bombarded Smirnov with undiminished power. At this moment, Smirnov had already controlled his alchemy array and smashed all the alchemy arrays that Lin had refined and bound him. But the remaining time was not enough for him to avoid the fire and ice released by Lin and Irina together. Smirnov gritted his teeth, and the golden energy barriers formed by the alchemy arrays and the armor spell released by waving the magic wand were superimposed in front of him, trying to resist the attack of the terrifying tornado formed by the interweaving of ice and fire. However, how could the golden energy barriers and armor spells released in a hurry be the opponents of the killing moves that Lin and Irina had carefully prepared for a long time? Exclamation mark. The tornado formed by ice and fire shattered Smirnov's golden energy barrier with ease. The golden energy barrier didn't even have a chance to self-destruct and was annihilated in the air under the tearing of flames and ice. Chapter 793. The outcome of the sky battlefield has been decided, and the ground battlefield has come to an end. After the golden energy barrier was destroyed by the tornado formed by the interweaving of ice and fire, the remaining armor spells were also unable to bear the heavy responsibility, and were torn apart and annihilated. The flames burned Smirnov's body, destroying and carbonizing his body surface, while the ice penetrated into Smirnov's body, freezing the part that had been transformed into a machine, making it brittle at low temperature, and then completely shattered it with that terrifying power. In an instant, Smirnov's body became riddled with holes. Even though his body became stronger under the transformation of human alchemy, it was so fragile under the tearing of the tornado formed by the interweaving of fire and ice. Whether it was the flames formed by Lin En's fusion of multiple magic flames, or the ice power transformed by Irina with the ice phantom, they were all terrifying powers enough to kill the Demon King level wizard. However, these two forces were so perfectly intertwined that even a powerful person like Nicholas Flamel or Josu, who stood at the pinnacle of magic, would probably be injured by the tornado of ice and fire if he stood in front of Lin and Irina. Smirnov's limbs were turned into powder under the bombardment of ice and fire, and his body was as tattered as a rag. The flesh and blood crushed by fire and ice fell from the air, and the destroyed mechanical components were sparking in his torso. The heart that Smirnov transformed into an all-chemical creation was constantly exploding with sparks, and it seemed to have stopped working. The only thing Smirnov preserved intact was perhaps the head that carried his soul, and had not been transformed by any human alchemy. His well-preserved head seemed to be his last trump card for escape. A golden light lit up between Smirnov's eyebrows, and an all-chemical creation in the shape of an obelisk slowly emerged from his eyebrows. This obelisk was obviously an extremely sophisticated all-chemical creation with a teleportation function. The all-chemical knowledge contained in this all-chemical obelisk was difficult for even Lin En to understand. Obviously, the alchemist who made this all-chemical obelisk was definitely not Smirnov, but Kyosu, who had reached the extreme on the road of human alchemy. Damn it. Seeing this, Lin En cursed inwardly. With Kyosu's all-chemical attainments, this all-chemical obelisk completely possessed the power to break through his space blockade formation and escape with Smirnov. I said, you can't kill me, and the American Magic Congress will destroy everything you have. Smirnov smiled triumphantly, and he obediently stuck to the all-chemical obelisk. As the golden magic power fluctuations spread, a warm power enveloped his body. Just when Smirnov thought that he could escape with the all-chemical obelisk made by Josu, 4 attacks from different directions shattered his fantasy. When Lin and Irina released the tornado of ice and fire to shatter Smirnov's defense, Dumbledore, Irving, Astoria and the Weir Light Winds also killed their respective opponents. Seeing that the leader of this mechanical army, the demon-level wizard named Smirnov, was planning to escape, everyone would naturally not sit idly by. The first to arrive was a Vulcan shot fired by Dumbledore, and the terrifying fierce fire surged and completely devoured all parts of Smirnov below his head. Following closely were the Thunder Spear and Blood Blade thrown by Irving and Astoria. The Thunder Spear flashing with lightning pierced through Smirnov's left eye and pierced through the back of his head. Astoria's Blood Blade tore through the golden magic wave carried by the all-chemical obelisk to protect Smirnov, and collided with the power of the obelisk, cancelling each other out. The weird light winds once again refined an all-chemical array that turned into golden pupils, and the terrifying golden beams of light bombarded and blew the all-chemical obelisk into metal fragments all over the sky. Soon, Lin and Irina's attack arrived again, and the flames and ice wrapped around and bombarded Smirnov's head, completely killing this Demon King level wizard who had used up all his trump cards. After Smirnov's death, the only Demon King level wizard left on the battlefield from the Magical Congress of the United States was the mechanical single soldier number 5 Davis, who was chasing Harry. "I win. Astoria, go help Harry," Lin said to Iwin and Astoria. After the two left, Lin turned around and looked at the ground battlefield where the war with the mechanical army had reached a white-hot level with the assistance of the Purgatory Demon Golem. Since the outcome of the sky battlefield of the Demon King level wizard has been decided, it is time for him to end the war on the ground battlefield. Lin En's figure flashed, and he was wrapped in flames, and the flame phantom moved to the center of the ground battlefield. The red and black fiery fire swept out with Lin En's thoughts. The fiery fire that turned into a terrifying dragon of fire roared and pounced on the mechanical army, and in an instant, the entire ground battlefield turned into a sea of fire. The fiery fire of heat and destruction destroyed all the mechanical soldiers and turned the earth into a scorched earth. Lin En looked at the mechanical soldiers who were still being transported to the border of the British magic world through the cross-border doorkey hundreds of meters away. He did not intend to clean them up. Lin En knew that, as long as the alchemy laboratory hidden underground in the American Magic Congress was still there, these mechanical soldiers would never be killed. When the mechanical soldiers on the battlefield are destroyed, the alchemy laboratory will immediately create an identical mechanical soldier and install the replica alchemy chip that stores the corresponding consciousness data in it, so that it can return to the battlefield smoothly. It can be said that the alchemy laboratory hidden in the Magical Congress of the United States is the resurrection point of these mechanical soldiers. Only by completely destroying this alchemy laboratory can the war be ended. But from the information given by Nicholas Flamel, this alchemy laboratory is not geographically underground in the Magical Congress of the United States. The underground of the Magical Congress of the United States is just a teleportation type alchemy array connected to the real alchemy laboratory, and the real alchemy laboratory is hidden in a place outside New York that is hidden by the unmappable spell. Once Lin En chooses to break into the Magical Congress of the United States by force, the opponent can destroy it in advance before Lin En finds the alchemy array. Thinking of this, Lin En slowly waved his wand. Chapter 794, Eradicate the Macusa and support the Ministry of Magic? Lin En made a Purgatory Demon Golem after another and put them on the ground battlefield. This time, Lin En made all Purgatory Demon Golems made of Gobbler Fairy Fire, which could never be extinguished. In just 2 hours, there were a full 5,000 Purgatory Demon Golems made of Gobbler Fairy Fire being put on the ground battlefield. They would replace the Auras and DA army soldiers here to guard the border of the British magic world and constantly destroy the mechanical soldiers that were teleported. While Lin En was making the Purgatory Demon Golems, Harry's battle with mechanical soldier number 5 Davis also came to an end. With the participation of Irving and Astoria, Davis was no match for the 3 Demon King level wizards. Irving's Bull Lightning destroyed all of Davis' metal shields, and Astoria's Blood Blade pierced Davis' metal armor, making it impossible for Davis to use the metal armor to split more metal shields. Under the continuous attack of Irving and Astoria, Davis lost all his trump cards to resist. "I'll kill you." Harry waved his wand, and the thin red light hit Davis, who was tightly controlled by Irving and Astoria, and identified the all-chemical chip in his head as a weapon, and stripped it out. After losing the consciousness data of the all-chemical chip, Robot Soldier number 5 fell down, and was taken in by Harry. Compared with Robot Soldier number 2 Seldy, who was blasted to pieces by Irving's Bull Lightning, and Robot Soldier number 3 Bartlett, whose body was in a mess due to the curse power of Astoria's blood curse. Robot Soldier number 5 Davis, whose metal armor was damaged, was probably the best preserved robot. Robot Soldier number 5 Davis' research value may be the highest among these 5 Demon King level war machines. The war between Nickel Flamel and Josu is enough to be called a peak duel even in the history of the magic world. Such a war is definitely not something that a few Demon King level wizards can intervene in. Therefore, everyone did not intend to assist Nickel Flamel, but instead tried to isolate the battlefield as much as possible. Otherwise, the aftermath of the war between these two Demon King level wizards who stood at the top of magic might turn an entire city into ruins in an instant. After isolating Nickel Flamel and Josu's battlefield as much as possible, Lin En spent another day refining a large number of purgatory demon golems made of Goblet Fairy Fire, and sent them to the French and German magic circles respectively. Josu, who led the mechanical army to invade the French magic world, was stopped by Nico, and the alchemists of the French magic world spontaneously joined the Auras to intercept the 3,000 mechanical soldiers. The French magic world, with the great alchemist Nickel Flamel in charge, can be said to be a holy place in the hearts of alchemists. Nickel Flamel appeared in this war, which made the number of alchemists who came to the French magic world unprecedented. At least before Lin arrived, these alchemists and Auras worked together and successfully prevented the mechanical army from entering the French magic world, after paying the price of more than 200 casualties. Lin's arrival undoubtedly gave them great hope. The deployment of more than 5,000 purgatory magic golems transformed by Goblet Fairy Fire solved the urgent needs of the French magic world. These purgatory magic golems can replace alchemists and Auras to guard the border of the French magic world. The minister of the French Ministry of Magic even personally took the portkey to the border, to thank Lin for his help. As for whether Lin's purgatory magic golems would threaten the rule of the French Ministry of Magic. What a joke. If Lin wanted to threaten the French Ministry of Magic, then just because Lin was the grandson of Nicolas Flamel, Lin could remove him from the position of Minister of the French Ministry of Magic with just one sentence. Yes, Nicolas Flamel's reputation in the French magic world is so high. After leaving the French magic world, Lin En went to the German magic world, and deployed more than 5,000 purgatory magic golems made of Goblet Fairy Fire to pick up Grindelwald, who was boredly cleaning up the mechanical soldiers that were constantly being teleported. The only pity was that the Auras of the German Ministry of Magic were almost wiped out in this war, and less than 50 of the more than 900 Auras survived. After Lin En's purgatory magic golems took over the battlefields of the three major magic worlds in Europe, the magic world once again urgently convened a meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards. The theme of this meeting was how to deal with the war provoked by the American Magical Congress and the abolition or establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy. The purpose of the Macusa's war is clear. They are not fighting for the International Statute of Secrecy or the International Confederation of Wizards. Their purpose is a naked war of annexation. Now, the mechanical soldiers sent by the Macusa to the battlefields of the three major magic circles in Europe have been intercepted outside the country. If we want to end the war, we must destroy the Macusa's alchemy laboratory and the Macusa itself. Lin stood up and looked at the representatives of the ministries of magic of various countries in the conference room and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. The wizard representative of the French Ministry of Magic asked at the right time, "So, Mr. All, what are your plans?" Everything Lin did at the border of the French magic world made everyone in the French Ministry of Magic very grateful to him, and this representative also brought the topic to Lin at the right time. Lin En smiled and nodded at him, then said solemnly, "As the most powerful magic world in America, the American magic world also plays an important role in the entire magic world. Therefore, we cannot let the magic government of the American magic world be outside the constraints of the International Confederation of Wizards. Now that the Magical Congress of the United States has shown its hostile attitude towards us and launched a war of annexation, the Magical Congress of the United States is our enemy. For the sake of better peace in the magic world, we believe that we should unite the power of the International Confederation of Wizards to completely eradicate the Magical Congress of the United States. This is not an illegal act of interfering in the internal affairs of the American magic world, but a necessary act to ban a force that refuses peace. We believe that, after eradicating the Magical Congress of the United States, the International Confederation of Wizards can rebuild a brand new American Ministry of Magic in its homeland, and help it join the International Confederation of Wizards to jointly maintain better peace in the magic world," Lin En said loudly. Hearing Lin En's words, representatives of the magic departments of various countries all pondered. Eradicate the Magical Congress of the United States that provoked the war, and then support the local wizards in the American magic world. to rebuild the American Ministry of Magic? Chapter 795 No one can become anyone's vassal. If the goal of the MACUSA is to annex the entire wizarding world, then the contradiction between the International Confederation of Wizards and the MACUSA, as an international intergovernmental organization of the wizarding governments in the wizarding world, is irreconcilable. In this way, eradicating the MACUSA becomes the only option, and in order to prevent the American wizarding world from falling into a no-man's land due to the demise of the MACUSA, the International Confederation of Wizards naturally has the obligation to support local wizards to establish a new Ministry of Magic. This is understandable. After Dumbledore, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, initiated the vote, these wizard representatives simply used alchemical communication instruments such as two-way mirrors to inquire about their own Ministry of Magic, and then quickly pressed the alchemical button representing yes. The result of the vote was presented to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood up and announced loudly, "I, Albus Dumbledore, as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, announce the following voting results for the proposal to deal with the MACUSA. 182 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 6 abstentions. Such a huge gap made the magic ministries of various countries unite to eradicate the MACUSA plan without any objection. After discussing the plan to deal with the MACUSA, the International Confederation of Wizards meeting came to the most important part, which was the direction of the International Statute of Secrecy that had lasted for hundreds of years. All wizard representatives turned their eyes to Lin, who was the wizard representative of the British Ministry of Magic, and Irina, who was no longer an assistant, but also a wizard representative of the British Ministry of Magic. Lin and Irina were both initiators and promoters of the fusion plan, and they were both actively advocating the abolition of the International Statute of Secrecy. Therefore, everyone was waiting for Lin and Irina to speak. Lin stood up slowly, his dark red eyes swept across the faces of every wizard representative, and he said softly, "Since the launch of the integration plan, the attitude of the Muggle government has proved that we can live in peace with Muggles. Now is not the Middle Ages, and the Muggle government is willing to recognize and protect the existence of wizards in the magical world. I laugh at the recklessness of Grindelwald, who stirred up turmoil in the wizarding world. The technological development of Muggles is not achieved overnight. As early as the 19th century, Muggles had the force to destroy a wizarding world, but Grindelwald tried to conquer Muggles and make wizards the masters of the world. Obviously, he failed. Not only could he not defeat Muggles, he couldn't even defeat the humanity of the wizarding world, let alone the humanity of Muggles who were even more disparate in number, and survived the World War. I laugh at the wisdom of Voldemort, who stirred up blood and storms, and maintained his rule with fear. As a half-blood wizard and a product of aphrodisiacs, he insisted on the extreme pure blood theory for fame and fortune. What's funny is that the Muggles, who he looked down upon, and were as lowly as livestock, had already mastered the weapons that could kill him, and he was still proud of his identity as a wizard until his death. The development of Muggle technology has destined the contact between the magic world and the Muggle world to be inevitable. Since you and I don't want to perish in silence, let's explode when everything is still under control. Only by abolishing the International Statute of Secrecy and letting wizards stand in the sun can we better appease both sides before the conflict between wizards and Muggles intensifies, and allow the magic world to move towards a better peace safely," Lin En said in a resounding voice, and he saluted slightly to everyone. Listening to Lin En's narration, these wizard representatives shuddered from time to time and involuntarily cast their eyes behind Dumbledore. Especially when Lin En was arranging Grindelwald, these wizard representatives were ready to face death. You know, the main character of the arrangement is sitting behind Dumbledore at this moment. Yes, after the battlefield of the German magic world was taken over by Lin En's Purgatory Golem, Grindelwald rushed to the aid of the German magic world and killed the chairman of the American Magic Congress. This was already known to the magic ministries of various countries. Under Dumbledore's guarantee, Grindelwald was successfully paroled from Nuremberg legally, and as an ally of the International Confederation of Wizards, he was able to sit in a spectator seat behind Dumbledore in this meeting. Even if Grindelwald was whitewashed in this war, his identity as the first generation of the Dark Lord still left a psychological shadow on many people. And Lin En's next words made many people fall into deep thought. As early as in several previous meetings, Lin En and Irina showed some of the technologies mastered by muggles to everyone in a form similar to PPT, including the prototype of the alchemical firearms made by the goblins, and the nuclear weapons that were enough to destroy an entire wizard settlement. Not only that, Lin also used the alchemy detector to simulate the explosion that occurred at the original site of Malfoy Manor. The direct killing power of the explosion was only equivalent to that of a miniature nuclear weapon, but it was enough to seriously injure a demon-level wizard. So, if the muggles launched nuclear weapons of sufficient equivalent to the wizards, who could protect the wizards? Exclamation mark. Even Dumbledore, who is known as the greatest white wizard of this century, could not resist it. Of course, this is just a means for the muggles to fight to the death. During the implementation of the fusion plan, the friendly attitude of the Muggle government also let the Ministry of Magic of various countries know that the Muggle world after World War II does not want to see a new war. This is consistent with the interests of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. They look forward to development, not war. The capital that wizards once regarded themselves as highly was the magic that could play with muggles in their hands, and the huge power gap between wizards and muggles. War is for more benefits, and when the losses caused by war exceed the benefits that can be sought by war, then the existence of war is no longer in the interests of the initiators of the war, and war is no longer needed. Today, this power gap has been eliminated with the pursuit of technology. When the balance is balanced, only peaceful coexistence can be the common pursuit of the interests of both sides. After Lin En sat down, Irina slowly stood up. She looked at the wizard representatives and continued Lin En's words, saying softly, "If wizards are tigers, then muggles are packs of wolves. None of us can become vassals of others. Only cooperation can achieve a win-win situation." Compared with Lin En, a pure-blood wizard, Irina, who came from the muggle world but became the guardian of the magic world, is obviously more convincing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796. The International Statute of Secrecy is abolished, and a magical world is revealed before Mr. Bush. In the information age, the magic world will be exposed, and before everything is irreversible, someone must stand up and correct it. Now, those who are trying to correct it have stood up, and those who can decide the future direction of the magic world have gathered here. Therefore, we believe, Irina said firmly, it is time to abolish the International Statute of Secrecy. The Ministry of Magic of each country should negotiate with the corresponding Muggle government, and the Muggle government should take the lead in showing the magic world to the world. As Irina's voice fell, the three alchemical buttons appeared in front of each wizard representative again. But this time, these wizard representatives all looked heavy, and they all chose to return to their respective ministries of magic in person, and have internal discussions with their respective ministries of magic. Regarding the abolition of the International Statute of Secrecy, this is definitely not something that these wizard representatives can decide. Dumbledore understood their ideas and extended the voting period to 3 days. During these 3 days, these wizard representatives can return to the meeting room at any time, press the alchemical button, and make a choice on behalf of their own Ministry of Magic. After these wizard representatives took the cross-border portkeys back to their respective ministries of magic, the magic ministries of various countries all held an emergency meeting to discuss whether they supported the abolition of the Statute of Secrecy. Fortunately, the development of the integration plan these days has made the wizards of these magic ministries feel the friendliness of the Muggle government and the feasibility of peaceful coexistence between the two sides. Not only that, the wizards have also realized that the Muggle society with a population of billions has a huge potential market, which is a market that can make every wizard earn a lot of money. Not to mention anything else, just talking about providing lucky felicity potion. When the felicity potion can flow into the Muggle market, it is conceivable how many wealthy people will be willing to pay dozens of times the price of the felicity potion in the magic world to buy them. Whether it is a situation or the interests, they support their choice to abolish the statute of secrecy and let wizards integrate into the society of ordinary people. 3 days passed quickly, and the controversy over whether to abolish the international statute of secrecy, which lasted for several years, and the results of the 3-day vote were presented to Dumbledore. Under the gaze of the representatives of wizards from various countries, Dumbledore stood up solemnly and put the final word on this long-lasting bill. I, Albus Dumbledore, as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, announce the following voting results on the motion to abolish the international statute of secrecy. 188 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 3 abstentions. Except for the 4 small countries' ministries of magic who were uneasy about the abolition of this bill that had lasted for hundreds of years, the ministries of magic in other countries all chose to agree to abolish the international statute of secrecy. Dumbledore continued, from today, the international statute of secrecy is abolished, and the ministries of magic in various countries should negotiate with the corresponding ordinary people's governments, and let the ordinary people's governments take the lead in showing the splendor of the magic world. Before that, the ministries of magic in various countries should also restrain the wizards under their jurisdiction, show the civilized side of the magic world to those ordinary people, and let them feel the friendliness and enthusiasm of wizards. Dumbledore said so. No one raised any objections to Dumbledore's words. After the international statute of secrecy was abolished, wizards should no longer use the slightly derogatory term muggle to refer to ordinary people, but instead use the term ordinary people. However, after Dumbledore sat down, the wizard representative of the French Ministry of Magic seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and asked, "Mr. Dumbledore, how should we negotiate with the American government of ordinary people in the American wizarding world?" Dumbledore frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, and looked at Lin, Irina, the wizard representative of the French Ministry of Magic, and the wizard representative of the German Ministry of Magic with an inquiring look. He said, "I propose that the wizard representatives of the 3 major European wizarding worlds, namely the British Ministry of Magic, the French Ministry of Magic, and the German Ministry of Magic, jointly be responsible for negotiations with the American government of ordinary people. I wonder if you are willing?" Lin and Irina both nodded slightly to Dumbledore, indicating that they agreed with this plan. The wizard representative of the French Ministry of Magic hesitated for a moment and agreed. The wizard representative of the German Ministry of Magic thought for a moment, and after seeing Grindelwald sitting behind Dumbledore, he finally stopped hesitating and agreed. After the meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards, the ministers of magic in various countries communicated with the corresponding ordinary people's governments as agreed, discussing how to bypass the integration plan and completely open up the magic world to the society of ordinary people. 2 days later, the 4 people also apparated to the White House. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Bush." Lin En smiled and greeted the man in front of him who was speechless because of the sudden appearance of the 4 people. He politely greeted. The 4 people who came here were Lin En, Irina, the wizard representative of the French Ministry of Magic, and the wizard representative of the German Ministry of Magic. What they had to face was this man who had been president for less than 2 months. Unlike the British Prime Minister, the American magic world is completely isolated from the ordinary people's government, which made Mr. Bush never know anything about the magic world after taking office. "Who are you? You should know that this is the White House." Mr. Bush's mouth moved slightly, and he forced himself to stay calm. If it weren't for the fact that Lin En and the others suddenly appeared in front of him like magic, he would have called the White House security long ago. But even so, his hand had already slowly climbed up to a metal pistol under the table. "Don't be so vigilant, Mr. Bush, and don't pull out that pistol, it will destroy our friendship. In fact, we are here to reveal a new world to you, a world you have never heard of, but exists in the fairy tales of every American child," Lin En said softly. Mr. Bush's body stiffened when his little action was discovered, but he was also a little more curious about the new world that Lin En talked about. Mr. Bush was sure that the pistol he hid under the table was useless to these people, and the White House security could not rush to his office before he was attacked. This made him choose not to resist, but made a pleased gesture to Lin En and the others, indicating that they should continue. Seeing this, Lin En and the others looked at each other, and they slowly presented the wizards and magic, as well as the gorgeous and dazzling magic world in front of Mr. Bush with their own words. Chapter 797. The Magic Congress stands against everyone. After listening to what Lin En and others said, Mr. Bush asked in confusion, "Then why are you, the British wizards, French wizards and German wizards, telling me all this, but not our own American wizards?" Hearing this, Lin En sighed and said carefully, "It is like this, Mr. Bush, because of some historical issues, wizards in the American magic world are in a relatively hostile state with ordinary people. This is also the reason why previous presidents did not know the existence of the magic world." Hearing Lin En's words, Mr. Bush's expression suddenly became solemn. If there really is a group of wizards in the United States that controls supernatural powers, and they are in a hostile state with the White House government, then wizards may become the biggest hidden danger in the United States. Regardless of the wonderful magic mastered by wizards, the special means that Lin En and others just came and went without a trace are enough to bring a fatal threat to the White House government. Of course, Lin's tone suddenly became cheerful. "It is only the Magical Congress of the United States, the wizard government of the American wizarding world, that is, the one who is hostile to ordinary people, not every American wizard. After all, the vast majority of wizards come from ordinary people, right?" Irina continued Lin's words and said, "It's just that the tough measures of the Magical Congress of the United States have suppressed the voices of these wizards. We came here specially to tell you about the wizarding world, because we hope to maintain friendship with ordinary people." Mr. Bush frowned and whispered, "In other words, the existence of the Magical Congress has prevented us from contacting the wizarding world, and you chose to bypass the Magical Congress to tell me all this?" Lin nodded slightly and said, "That's right, Mr. Bush. The Magical Congress of the United States has already stood on the opposite side of the International Confederation of Wizards. They chose to launch a war of annexation against the entire wizarding world and try to occupy the entire wizarding world." "Then what?" Mr. Bush was moved and asked. In fact, when Mr. Bush asked this question, he already knew the result. After all, if the Macusa's plan had really succeeded, and the Macusa had really occupied the entire wizarding world, then these 4 wizards from other wizarding worlds in the International Confederation of Wizards would not have appeared in front of him so openly. "They failed," Irina said calmly. "We defeated the mechanical army of the Macusa, and as for the strongest man, the human alchemist Josu who broke the taboo, he was stopped by Mr. Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel?" Mr. Bush exclaimed. Irina said, "Yes, Mr. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist, and also a wizard. He has lived for more than 600 years, and has left his footprints in the history of ordinary people." Mr. Bush was excited and asked urgently, "Nicholas Flamel is still alive, and has lived for more than 600 years. This means that life extension exists, right?" Lin En said calmly, "No, that's just an exception. Only the strong who stand at the top of magic can rely on magic to maintain their bodies. Throughout the ages, the only one who can do this is Merlin, the legendary wizard." Lin En did not tell him about the Philosopher's Stone. People are greedy, let alone people like Mr. Bush who are in a high position. If Mr. Bush knew about the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Immortality, then Lin En could believe that Mr. Bush would use all means, even the nuclear weapons of the United States, to get the Philosopher's Stone and immortality. Lin En's calm words killed Mr. Bush's enthusiasm and made him calm down again. Mr. Bush asked, "Since the Macusa has failed, and you have found me again, what is this for?" Lin said, "In order to integrate American wizards into ordinary people's society, we will break the International Statute of Secrecy, and wizards will become part of society. In addition, we will eradicate the Macusa, and help American wizards rebuild the Ministry of Magic. The future Ministry of Magic will be a bridge for wizards to communicate with ordinary people." Lin said so. Mr. Bush tried hard to understand all this. He asked, "According to what you mean, wizards will cooperate with us in the future. We can provide technology, money, and power. What about wizards? According to you, ordinary people without magical talent will never be able to use magic in their lifetime." Hearing Mr. Bush's words, Lin understood that this conversation had reached the stage of transaction. Lin En smiled and said, "Wizards will provide magical products including potions. We have magic that cannot be explained by science. Our magic can regenerate broken arms and heal all physical injuries, including heart damage. Our existence is metaphysical, and we can also bring metaphysical products. We have invisibility cloaks that can make people invisible, lucky spirits that can increase luck, and polyjuice potions that can make people completely transformed. These are products that ordinary people do not have, but are urgently needed, especially in the military industry. Lin En said so. Mr. Bush was silent. After a long while, he asked, "So, the International Confederation of Wizards intends to rebuild the Ministry of Magic in the United States, and they need our cooperation, right?" Lin En shrugged non-committally and said, "Rather than helping to rebuild the Ministry of Magic in the United States, it is better to say that it is helping us, helping the International Confederation of Wizards, to completely defeat the United States Magical Congress." Hearing Lin En's words, Mr. Bush frowned. He asked back, "Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Do you want me, as an American, to help wizards from other countries, to fight against America's own wizards?" Lin En chuckled and said, "No, it's to fight against America's enemies, the enemies of American wizards, and the enemies of ordinary people in America. The Magical Congress of the United States of America is no longer the Congress of American Wizards. They are hostile to ordinary people, and ignore the voices of wizards. The existence of the Magical Congress of the United States of America may overthrow the White House government. This is why we come to ask for your help or to help you, in order to maintain order between the two worlds." Lin En said so. Mr. Bush was silent. He had to admit that what Lin En said was right. If the Magical Congress of the United States of America stood against everyone in the United States, whether wizards or ordinary people, then the Magical Congress of the United States of America stood against the United States. Mr. Bush asked, "How can we help you if we don't have the power of magic?" Chapter 798. Feel the small shock from a nuclear strike. Lin En smiled and said, "People desire the power of magic, but little do they know that wizards also need the power of ordinary people. If we want to completely end this wizard war in the magical world, we must destroy the alchemy laboratory of the Magical Congress of the United States." But according to the information provided by Mr. Nicholas Flamel, this alchemy laboratory is located on the outskirts of New York, and it is an integrated laboratory built using alchemy. Once its coordinates are discovered, the alchemists in the alchemy laboratory will be able to use the alchemy array prepared in advance to pack up the entire alchemy laboratory and take it away. This is also the reason why we didn't alert the enemy. The alchemist named Josu stood at the pinnacle of magic, and the reconnaissance alchemy array he refined was fully capable of detecting the magic fluctuations of the Demon King level wizards, which makes it impossible for magic to destroy this alchemy laboratory. On the contrary, the weapons of ordinary people that Josu ignored, these munitions that do not contain any magic fluctuations, can avoid the detection of these alchemy arrays and become the biggest threat to this alchemy laboratory," Lin En said. Mr. Bush raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "So, you want me to help you complete the attack on this alchemy laboratory?" Lin En nodded and said softly, "Yes, as a reward, the International Confederation of Wizards will provide the US government with the coordinates of an oil field located in the American magic world, and remove the protective magic such as the unplottable spell and the muggle repelling spell within its range. In addition, the International Confederation of Wizards will also provide Mr. Bush with a sufficient amount of healing potions and a bottle of Felixy that can be used 5 times. I hope you can spend 5 wonderful days," Lin En said with a smile. Hearing Lin En's words, Mr. Bush's breathing became rapid. Mr. Bush knew very well how much benefit a brand new, unexploited oil field could bring. As the president of the US government and the discoverer of this oil field, he could definitely share a share of the benefits brought by this oil field. Of course, what moved Mr. Bush the most was not the coordinates of this oil field, but the bottle of Felixy that Lin En promised to use 5 times. From the 4 wizard representatives of the International Federation of Wizards, Mr. Bush already knew the effect of the Felixy, which can enhance his luck and allow him to have a smooth and wonderful day. In Mr. Bush's opinion, the value of this bottle of Felixy is far greater than that oil field. If he takes a small spoonful of Felixy before a political or business negotiation, the benefits of a successful political or business negotiation will start at trillions of dollars. Isn't this better than an oil field? Exclamation mark. What's more, this bottle of elixir is given to him personally, which means that he does not need to share the cake with others, but can get everything that the elixir brings. What do I need to do? Mr. Bush asked, trying to make himself look calm. Lin En said softly, I need you to launch a ground-penetrating nuclear bomb and carry out a precise nuclear strike on the alchemy laboratory. Hearing this, Mr. Bush's face looked a little ugly. He said, sir, if I use nuclear weapons on American soil and in the suburbs of New York, I will be driven out of office the next day. What's more, they will never let me do this. Lin En's expression became serious. He said, in order to end this wizard war in the magic world, we have to do this. Mr. Bush, I will help you convince other government officials and military personnel with decision-making power to use our confusion spell. After the nuclear strike is completed, the International Confederation of Wizards will send wizards to the scene to use magic to clean up the radioactive contamination caused by the nuclear strike and use the forgetfulness spell to clean up the memories of the relevant personnel. As for you, Mr. Bush, you only need to explain to them why a ground-penetrating nuclear bomb of the military is missing, and then you can get an oil field, healing potions and felicity potions. Lin En said in a deep voice. Listening to Lin En's words, Mr. Bush became a little afraid. You know, the confusion spell and forgetfulness spell mentioned by Lin En are enough to let wizards play with the White House government at their fingertips. They will be able to manipulate politics and the world at will. There was a faint blue light flashing in Lin En's dark red eyes. Through legilimency, he saw what Mr. Bush was thinking. Lin En sighed and said, Mr. Bush, you don't need to be too wary of us. Just like your United Nations, the purpose of the International Confederation of Wizards is to maintain peace and stability in the magic world. The International Confederation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic of each country will send powerful wizards to protect the heads of various countries and prevent them from being harmed by magic. As for the confusion spell and the forgetfulness spell, we also have strict restrictions and will never allow them to be used on the staff of the official residents. Just this time, the use of the confusion spell and the forgetfulness spell to destroy the alchemy laboratory required the wizard representatives of more than 180 countries of the International Confederation of Wizards to hold at least 3 plenary meetings before they were approved. Lin En explained to Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush's expression finally eased a little. He nodded slowly and said, I will do that. As for the MACUSA, before you formally attack the MACUSA headquarters, I will order the Woolworth building to be emptied and the surrounding people to be evacuated to facilitate your actions. Lin smiled and stretched out his hand to Mr. Bush, saying, then, happy cooperation, Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush shook Lin's hand. The moment he shook Lin's hand, Mr. Bush's eyes flashed with surprise. But after seeing the golden light that flashed with a mysterious aura from between his fingers, he calmly withdrew his hand. Lin took the opportunity of shaking hands to hand Mr. Bush a small portion of the elixir. This elixir was about half a spoonful, enough to make Mr. Bush's everything go smoothly for 12 hours after taking it. After receiving the elixir, Mr. Bush's attitude seemed to be much more friendly. He agreed with Lin and others on the specific time to launch a nuclear strike. The coordinates Lin En gave were 3 kilometers south of the alchemy laboratory. The coordinates of the alchemy laboratory were covered by the unplottable spell and the muggle repelling spell, so Lin En could only give coordinates outside these protective magics, and then let the military manually calibrate the coordinates when taking action. After leaving the White House, Lin En looked in the direction of the alchemy laboratory and smiled imperceptibly. The alchemist who broke the taboo. It's time to feel the little shock from the nuclear strike. Chapter 799 Nuclear Strike. Straight to Huanglang. According to the agreement between the International Confederation of Wizards and Mr. Bush, the US military will launch a nuclear strike on the alchemy laboratory of the American Magical Congress in 7 days. During this period, the wizard representatives of the French Ministry of Magic and the German Ministry of Magic followed Mr. Bush with the disillusionment charm throughout the process, and used the confusion charm and the oblivion charm to help each other solve the problem when Mr. Bush encountered obstacles in issuing instructions. 7 days passed in a flash, and 12 hours before the expected nuclear strike, Lin, Irina and Dumbledore had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the coordinates of the alchemy laboratory. After the nuclear strike was completed, Lin and Irina would immediately cast magic to seal off the scene, and then Dumbledore would release a powerful vanishing charm to erase the radioactive contamination at the nuclear strike site, which is the so-called nuclear radiation. In the past few days, Lin and Irina popularized nuclear weapons and related knowledge of radioactive contamination to Dumbledore, which opened Dumbledore's eyes and made him clear about the components of the so-called radioactive contamination. Magic is idealistic, but the premise is that wizards must understand the objects of magic. After understanding what radioactive contamination is, Dumbledore's vanishing spell can determine it and erase it. According to the intelligence provided by Mr. Bush, the military's B-2 bomber took off an hour and a half ago. The bomber carries a B-61-11 Earth-penetrating nuclear bomb and will drop the bomb at a high altitude 3 kilometers away from the alchemy laboratory, making it land at the coordinates of the alchemy laboratory. Lin said calmly. The common name of the B-2 bomber is Northrop Grumman B-2 Stealth Strategic Bomber. It has low detectability, which is the so-called stealth effect. Regardless of the alchemy equipment that detects magic fluctuations, even ordinary people's radars can hardly detect it. This is another layer of insurance that Mr. Bush has taken for the smooth nuclear strike. The low detectability of the B-2 bomber is really no joke. Even Magic King level wizards like Lin, Irina and Dumbledore did not notice it at all when the bomber arrived. They only saw that little light lit up at the location of the alchemy laboratory 10 kilometers away, and then a terrifying heat wave swept across. The dazzling white light seemed to engulf the entire world, turning the entire world into a holy place without sound, disturbance, and sorrow. The target of the Earth-penetrating nuclear bomb is the underground project, not the ground building. Therefore, the mushroom cloud rising from the explosion point is not large. Instead, the ground where the alchemy laboratory is located is centered on the explosion point and quickly collapses in all directions. However, within a few breaths, a large pit with an area of more than 10 football fields appeared at the explosion site of the Earth-penetrating nuclear bomb. Seeing this scene, the three looked at each other, and in the flickering flames, they appeared above the alchemy laboratory. Under the sudden nuclear explosion of the Earth-penetrating nuclear bomb, even if the alchemy laboratory has the hardest materials and has the protection of more defensive alchemy arrays, it is useless. The nuclear strike destroyed the metal cube that seemed to be the size of a whole auditorium. This hollow metal cube, which was the alchemy laboratory of the Magical Congress of the United States, was already riddled with holes under the destruction of the nuclear explosion. The alchemists in the alchemy laboratory were all vaporized by the terrifying high temperature at the moment of the nuclear explosion, leaving only white marks on the spot, proving that there was once a person here. More than 1,000 completed mechanical soldiers were destroyed by the nuclear strike, leaving only wreckage, falling in the alchemy laboratory in large pieces. If these mechanical soldiers were not destroyed by the nuclear strike, they would definitely be deployed on the battlefield by the Magical Congress of the United States. The alchemy equipment used to study human alchemy still retained its original shape under the layers of protection of the defensive alchemy array, but the high-intensity nuclear electromagnetic pulse brought by the nuclear strike destroyed these alchemy equipment from the root. Sparks exploded on these alchemy equipment, announcing their damage. After seeing this scene, Lin En and Irina just sneered. Lin En waved his wand, and a series of protective magics were released, protecting the area where all protective magics had failed due to the nuclear strike. Irina used the space magic she mastered to block the space in this area, including the air flowing in this area, to prevent the radioactive pollution from spreading to the outside world with the airflow. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Irina said softly. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and he slowly raised his wand. A large piece of white light like a sky curtain spilled out, covering the deep pit below. Everything left in the alchemy laboratory was completely wiped out from this world under the judgment of this vanishing spell. Even the radioactive pollution brought by the nuclear strike, that is, nuclear radiation, disappeared without a trace under the judgment of this profound vanishing spell. The target of the nuclear strike and the radioactive pollution brought by the nuclear strike were completely wiped out under the judgment of the vanishing spell. Except for the huge pit that still remained on the ground, there was no evidence to show that a nuclear explosion had occurred here. In this operation, the alchemy laboratory of the Macusa was completely destroyed, which also meant that this mechanical army's explosive base could no longer create a steady stream of mechanical soldiers, let alone deploy them on the battlefield. Without mechanical soldiers, the Macusa's invasion of other countries would be unsustainable. When the war between Nickel Flamel and Josu ends, this protracted wizard war will finally come to an end. But will things really go so smoothly? Exclamation mark. At the same time, in the French magic world, Josu, who was fighting with Nico, seemed to have sensed something. His face became extremely ugly, and even his tone of voice trembled with anger. Damn it, you actually destroyed my alchemy laboratory. Damn it. Damn it. My research results for more than 200 years are stored in the alchemy laboratory, but you destroyed it. You denied my achievements, and now you destroyed it. Unforgivable. This is simply unforgivable. Josu roared angrily, and the attack on Nico became more and more fierce. Hearing Josu's roar, Nico knew that Lin En and the others' actions had been successful. He sneered and said, human body alchemy is a taboo in alchemy, but you want to rely on the forbidden fruit to provoke a war in the magic world. All of this is your own fault. Chapter 800. Humans have never concealed their desire to control the starry sky. Of course, this includes me. You brought this upon yourself? Josu laughed in anger. Why is a feasible road labeled as taboo by you? As noble wizards, what's wrong with us not wanting to give way to muggles? Nico did not answer Josu's question. At this point, verbal disputes were useless. The only way to end this war and this absurd drama was to completely suppress Josu. Seeing Nico's silence, Josu seemed even more angry. He sneered and said, for the sake of the pitiful technology of muggles, we have to give up hiding the magic world and even abolish the international statute of secrecy? This is ridiculous. How can the gorgeous magic and alchemy of wizards lose to the technology of muggles? Do you really think that I have no way to destroy the technology of these muggles and let them return to that backward era? Josu said frantically. Listening to Josu's words, Nico suddenly felt uneasy. As a Demon King level wizard standing at the top of magic, Kyosu's words are naturally not aimless. Since Kyosu said so, the other party may really have some kind of trump card. I just don't know how powerful the last trump card of this Demon King level wizard standing at the top of magic is. Exclamation mark. Kyosu no longer manipulated the alchemy array to attack Nico, but instead transformed it into hundreds of thousands of defensive alchemy arrays and gathered them towards himself, as if protecting something extremely important. Then, a crack slowly opened on Kyosu's back. This crack was like a metal door in future technology. Blue light shone out from the crack, and the space fluctuations of the traceless stretching spell spread out. Under Kyosu's control, a huge device, a device as big as a villa, was released from Kyosu's tiny body like an ant. Nico Flamel, do you think those Demon King level mechanical soldiers are the pinnacle of the war weapons I have created? No, those extremely weak machines are not worthy of them, and this is my war weapon. Josu laughed wildly, and his magic wand gently tapped the villa-sized all-chemical device behind him. I saw the blazing blue flame spraying out from the bottom of the all-chemical device, providing it with a strong enough thrust to make it climb up to the sky at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. After seeing the all-chemical device, Nico immediately showed an incredible look. In his perception, this all-chemical device actually posed a fatal threat to him. Nico did not hesitate to turn defense into offense, turning the hundreds of thousands of all-chemical arrays into golden blades that broke through the air, trying to shoot down the rapidly rising all-chemical device. However, Josu's defensive alchemy array blocked Nico, just like Nico before. With hundreds of thousands of defensive alchemy arrays, Nico blocked all of Nico's attacks. The fact that I can refine these mechanical soldiers is enough to show that I have a real understanding of Muggle technology, and I feel threatened by Muggle technology. Yes, Nickel Flamel, you heard it right. I mean a threat, or threat that is enough to overthrow wizard civilization. If Muggles are given a few hundred more years, then Muggle war weapons will be able to easily crush the increasingly declining wizard civilization. But I will not give Muggles this opportunity, and I will never allow Muggles to have the power to subvert wizard civilization. So, before muggles, I refined all chemical creations that only exist in their concepts, mechanical soldiers, and this satellite orbital cannon that is being launched. This war weapon is enough to block muggle technology and prevent them from ever moving forward. Josu laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness. This blonde man, whose body remained forever young after being transformed by human alchemy, completely showed all his desires and sharpness at this moment. Satellite orbital cannon? Nico couldn't believe it. Having lived in Muggle society, he naturally knew what this thing that only existed in science fiction was, but he didn't expect that Josu would bring it into reality. Josu's mouth corners raised, his smile became more and more wild. He looked as if he was enjoying something, and said softly, compared with the mysterious starry sky, this planet is still too small. The power of the stars alone has brought so many conveniences to wizards, not to mention, there are more powers outside the starry sky. Nicholas Flamel, the former great alchemist, you should understand by now that humans have never concealed their desire to control the starry sky, of course, including me. Occupying the magic world and occupying this tiny planet is just my first step. When I get the Philosopher's Stone and get the dual anchoring of body and soul, my will last forever, and my will guide the survival of civilization. There were constant streams of data flashing in Josu's blue eyes. It was the old chemical device built into his eyeballs, which had established a connection with the satellite orbital cannon that had already broken through the atmosphere and entered low Earth orbit. Listening to Josue's seemingly crazy words, Nico said with difficulty, "You are crazy. Josue, are you still a human being when your soul has been completely transformed by alchemy? What you want to lead is not the survival of human civilization, but the destruction of human civilization and even this planet. Josue's plan is to use the power of satellite orbital guns to threaten the world and block the world's technology tree. However, what is the difference between humans, shrouded in the shadow of satellite orbital guns and pigs in captivity?" Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Josue's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at Nico indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Nicholas Flamel, you have no right to negotiate with me until you have the ability to kill me or destroy my orbital cannon. My alchemy laboratory has been destroyed by you, and the Magical Congress of the United States is nothing more than a puppet that can be replaced at any time. I have nothing to be afraid of, but what about you, Nicholas Flamel? Stop resisting, Nicholas Flamel. Let those stupid British stop resisting. Otherwise, every 24 systems, my orbital cannon will launch satellite rays at the government of any country, whether it is a magical government or a muggle government." Josu said in a cold tone, as if destroying a government was no different from stepping on an ant on the roadside in his eyes. Chapter 801 No God will save us, unless we become that God. After Nico relayed Josu's words to Lin En and others, everyone was a little unbelievable. No one doubted the authenticity of this matter. After learning this information, Dumbledore immediately convened an emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards and told the representatives of wizards from various countries of the International Confederation of Wizards about Josu and the satellite orbital gun. After all the wizard representatives learned about the satellite orbital gun, their first reaction was disbelief, and their second reaction was despair. Even the great alchemist Nicol Flamel could not defeat Josu, the culprit of this war, and the other party even refined a war weapon that broke through the atmosphere and could strike any corner of the Earth in low Earth orbit. How can they deal with such an opponent? Exclamation mark. Dumbledore's eyes were more serious than ever. He looked at the representatives of wizards from various countries and said in a deep voice, "Please bring this information to the corresponding Ministry of Magic, and let the ministers of magic of various countries share this information with ordinary people's governments." After the International Statute of Secrecy was abolished, ordinary people's governments are the most important allies of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Moreover, they may also be selected as a target of satellite orbital guns. They have the right to know this information. Dumbledore said so. After the meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards, the Ministry of Magic of various countries, and even the governments of various countries that also learned the information, were in chaos. The member states of the International Confederation of Wizards also correspond to the member states of the United Nations. Therefore, after Dumbledore communicated with the United Nations, the heads of the wizard governments and ordinary people's governments of various countries decided to gather together for a meeting. This is destined to be a meeting unknown to outsiders. The address of this meeting is provided by the magic world, and the participants in this meeting are no longer the wizard representatives of various ministries of magic, or representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of various countries. Instead, they are the ministers of magic of various countries and the heads of ordinary people's governments. However, the British Ministry of Magic was an exception, as the people behind Old Batty, Lin and Irina, who possessed the strength of a Demon King level wizard and the identity of the guardian of the magic world, attended the meeting on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic. At the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Bush slowly stood up. He said solemnly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the White House government can carry a large-yield nuclear bomb on an artificial satellite and launch it into space, so that it will detonate autonomously after approaching the satellite orbital gun." As the President of the United States, Mr. Bush did not consider the issue of interest exchange in an unusual way, but showed the greatest sincerity in the most practical solution from the beginning. This is not because Mr. Bush has such noble qualities and is so righteous. It is not that he does not want to consider the exchange of interests, but the remaining time makes it impossible for him to consider those interests. Josu's satellite orbital gun will launch satellite rays at any government every 24 hours, and the White House government is also within the range of the satellite orbital gun's attack target. What's more, the White House government launched a nuclear strike on Josu's alchemy laboratory a day ago. With such a deep hatred, Mr. Bush could not guarantee that Josu would not choose the White House government as the first target. Hearing Mr. Bush's suggestion, Lin En shook his head and said softly, "Josu is a human body modifier. He has a corresponding alchemy device built into his head, which allows him to directly control every move of the satellite orbital gun. This also means that Josu's connection with the satellite orbital gun is almost delay-free. Even if the White House government's satellite launch device has a higher low detectability, the artificial satellites reaching the universe will undoubtedly become live targets for the satellite orbital gun. Josu has enough time to control the satellite orbital gun in advance to destroy the nuclear bomb before it is detonated. The artificial satellite carrying the nuclear bomb will not only fail to achieve the combat goal, but may anger Josu, making our situation even more dangerous," Lin En said in a low voice. Mr. Bush asked unwillingly, "Then is there nothing we can do? Even nuclear bombs can't destroy the other side's satellite orbital guns. Can we only watch the other side rule the world, or watch our governments being destroyed one by lasers falling from the sky?" As Mr. Bush's voice fell, the entire conference room fell into silence. Obviously, facing this war weapon that far surpassed their own in terms of technology level, and should only exist in science fiction novels, no one present had a solution. After a long time, Dumbledore slowly said, "Perhaps, things are not completely hopeless." Hearing Dumbledore's words, the more than 300 people present all turned their eyes to Dumbledore. Dumbledore said slowly, "Josu stands at the pinnacle of magic, but that is only relative to the increasingly declining magic world today. As a wizard who has been promoted to the Demon King level with his attainments in alchemy, his upper limit is shackled by the rules. In other words, he can't go any further. However, above the Demon King level wizard, there is a higher realm, which is the realm of the legendary Merlin. We call it the legendary wizard, the god of magic, the demon god level wizard. The gap between the legendary wizard and the Demon King level wizard is like the gap between gods and mortals, which cannot be crossed." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he fell silent. The Prime Minister of the British government asked in confusion, "Mr. Dumbledore, you mean to let the gods save us, but where are the gods? Are there really gods in this world?" Dumbledore sighed and said, "There are no gods in the world, and no gods will come to save us. If you want to save yourself, then the only way is to become a god. Perhaps, among us, it is not that no one has such potential." Listening to Dumbledore's meaningful words, Lin En and Irina, who were sitting in their seats, knew in their hearts that the person Dumbledore was referring to might be them. They were promoted to the level of Demon King at the age of 15. They were unprecedented geniuses among wizards. Even the legendary wizard Merlin in the legend might not be able to reach this level at their age. Even Irving, Astoria, Harry and the Weasley twins. They were promoted to the level of Demon King after they became adults. There is no obvious difference between them and Dumbledore and others. At most, they can be called geniuses that are rare in the last century. Chapter 802, The Path to Becoming a Legendary Wizard, making the soul strong enough to carry the transformation into a godly body. In the magic world, adulthood, that is, 17 years old, is an extremely important watershed. If a person has accomplished nothing before the age of 17, then he will probably be mediocre in his life. And if a person blooms his own brilliance before the age of 17, then his brilliance will become more and more dazzling as time goes by, until it illuminates the whole world. Lin En and Irina both advanced to the level of Demon King wizards at the age of 15, which is unprecedented in the magic world. What's more, the basis for their advancement to the level of Demon King wizards, Lin En's fire magic, and Irina's ice elemental magic, all belong to elemental magic, or the category of natural magic. When people trace the origin of the world, they cannot escape the various theories of yin and yang, the five element, the element, etc. Regardless of whether these statements are correct, it is certain that the five element and the element are closer to nature and the essence of this world. And they who master fire and ice are undoubtedly more friendly to this world, and are most likely to reach that legendary realm. Thinking of this, Lin En and Irina looked at each other quietly. In fact, when they understood the construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction of magic flames or ice power, mastered the ability to deconstruct magic flames or ice power into raw magic power, and then reconstructed it into other cognitive magic flames or ice magic, they had already come into contact with the essence of this world for the first time. At least, in the field they mastered, they were already godlike existences, which other Demon King level wizards had never done. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had accumulated enough experience and created their own magic, which allowed them to be promoted to Demon King level wizards naturally, and Irving relied on the infinite thunder superposition of the ancient magic thunder spell to achieve a qualitative change and advance to the Demon King level wizard. The Demon King level wizards who truly understood the essence of magic and the construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction of different forms of magic power are probably only Lin En and Irina. This is why they think that the person Dumbledore is referring to is them. Not only that, in these 3 years, they felt more than once that they seemed to sense some unspeakable level, a level far beyond the power they possessed. In that unspeakable level, they seemed to have glimpsed to supreme authority. They vaguely felt that the authority might be the law of this world and the origin of the magic of this world. Ha ha. Lin En and Irina let out a long breath at the same time. Since they were sitting here and standing on this stage, they would assume the corresponding obligations. Lin En and Irina held their fingers together and stood up. Lin En calmly swept over the heads of every magic government or ordinary people's government, and his slow but very powerful voice sounded, "Everyone, I, Lin En Luara, and Irina Lowell, are willing to take on this task. We will do our best to touch the realm of legendary wizards. We will become the gods of the new world, repel invaders, and bless the peace of the new world. But before that, we need an absolutely quiet place." Lin En said so. Although Irina did not speak, she held Lin's hand tightly, and her icy blue eyes revealed a firm look, indicating her position. Looking at these two young faces, no one of the more than 300 people in the conference room raised any questions. Before attending this meeting, the ministers of the Ministry of Magic of various countries told the corresponding heads of ordinary people's governments about the information about Lin and Irina, which made them all clear about the identities of Lin and Irina. An unprecedented genius who was promoted to the level of Demon King at the age of 15, and a guardian of the magic world who turned the tide in the Battle of Hogwarts and the Wizarding War. If even Lin and Irina could not be promoted to legendary wizards, then they could not think of anyone else in the magic world who could do all this. As for the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore, he was already old. Listening to Lin En's sonorous and powerful words, Dumbledore's frown gradually relaxed from the beginning, and a look of relief flashed in his azure eyes. He said, "Room of requirement, Lin En, Irina, Hogwarts Castle is willing to provide you with a room of requirement, and guarantee that no one will disturb you until you become a legendary wizard. For wizards to become Demon King level wizards, they need to have sufficient attainments in the corresponding fields. In addition, strong emotional fluctuations are also a feasible shortcut. This is also the way that Lin En and Irina chose to become Demon King level wizards, by fighting a life and death battle. But legendary wizards are different. If wizards want to become legendary wizards and touch the authority of God, then a battle that breaks the sky and the earth is useless, and emotions cannot play any role in this link. To become a legendary wizard, touching the authority of God requires an epiphany, a completely rational comprehension of the essence of the world. This is the sublimation of the wizard's soul, and it is also enough to allow their soul to carry the body of a god. The two are completely opposite. This is why Lin and Irina need a completely quiet retreat. Thank you for your generosity. Irina bowed slightly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and then looked at everyone. During this period, the Ministry of Magic of each country will send the most elite aurors to guard the heads of state and dignitaries of each country. They will take them to a safe place before the possible arrival of satellite rays. Lin continued Dumbledore's words and said, in addition, we hope that the governments of ordinary people in various countries will inform their people of this matter. At this critical moment, they have the corresponding right to know. Hearing Lin's words, Mr. Bush frowned. He asked, Mr. All, if the public knew about this, would it cause panic? If the public's panic goes beyond the government's control, then the countries may suffer even more serious losses. Although the heads of ordinary people's governments in other countries did not speak, from their eyes, they clearly agreed with Mr. Bush's statement. Regardless of other countries, let's talk about the United States where Mr. Bush is. If panic occurs, some marches and protests, and $0 shopping are minor. If the states are separated, and wars break out, it will be much more serious than the White House being blasted into slag by a satellite beam. Chapter 803, Satellite rays arrive, and the White House is destroyed. Lin En sighed and said, when something is beyond the scope of scientific explanation, people will deify it. If the official residences of various countries are constantly hit by satellite orbital guns, and the people are not clear about the truth, then they may think that this is God's punishment. Compared with a clear enemy that is not completely invincible, the fear that the so-called God's punishment can bring to people is undoubtedly more serious. As for the riots that may occur in various countries, I think the Ministry of Magic of various countries is willing to send aurors to help stabilize the society. I believe that with the power of magic, some riots can be stopped in time before they occur. Lin En said so. In fact, he has another reason that he didn't say. That is, wizards need to take this opportunity to stand out in society and be accepted by ordinary people. Since Josu, the common enemy of all mankind, has been established there, then on this world stage, the role that wizards have to play is to maintain world peace and firmly resist evil forces. It's like people are afraid of gangsters with guns, but not afraid of police and soldiers with guns, because the image of justice of police and soldiers has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. What Lin En wants to do is to use the crisis of Chaosu to make the positive image of wizards deeply rooted in people's hearts, so that people will no longer be afraid of wizards, no longer hate wizards, no longer regard them as aliens, but respect them from the bottom of their hearts. Lin En wants to make the magic mastered by wizards no longer a privilege of special people in the eyes of ordinary people, nor an uncontrollable factor that endangers society, but a responsibility given to them by the world to protect the world. Once this goal can be achieved, there will be no obstacles for wizards to integrate into society. Listening to Lin En's words, the heads of state of all countries fell into deep thought, and there was still some intention in their eyes. If the aurors are willing to help the police maintain order, then with the intervention of magic, even if the existence of satellite orbital guns will cause a lot of panic, at least society can still maintain stability. After all, even if the rioting masses have guns, these guns that are not enchanted by alchemy cannot even penetrate the most common armor spell, let alone threaten the lives of aurors. After Lin and Irina sat down, Dumbledore silently initiated a vote to vote on whether the public should be informed of the existence of Josu and the satellite orbital cannon. More than half an hour later, the number of votes in favor of telling the truth to the public narrowly outnumbered the number of votes against. After the meeting of the heads of state of the wizarding world and the ordinary world, the heads of state returned to their own countries, while Lin and Irina apparated to Hogwarts Castle with flames. They entered the room of requirement and prepared to comprehend the essence of the world. Fred and George personally arranged tens of thousands of defensive alchemy arrays at the door of the room of requirement. Even if Voldemort was resurrected, it would probably take more than a day to forcibly break these defenses and break into the room of requirement. Except for the house elves in Hogwarts Castle who were granted the authority to deliver meals to Lin and Irina on time. No living creature could enter the room of requirement, let alone disturb the two. Comprehending the essence of the world is not something that can be achieved by just talking, just like the inspiration of epiphany is not something that can be achieved by just thinking about it. The first 24 hours have passed since Josu launched the satellite orbital cannon. Opposite Nicole Flamel, Josu sneered and waved his hand. He said indifferently, "Very good. It seems that you did not obey my orders. Then, let me see who will be the first government to be destroyed." In the low Earth orbit, the satellite orbital cannon slowly calibrated its trajectory. Then, the product of the combination of huge magic power and star power continued to accumulate in the satellite orbital cannon. This satellite orbital cannon has the special effect of automatically absorbing external magic power. After this satellite orbital cannon was launched into space and entered the low Earth orbit, the alchemy array on it that plundered the power of the stars was also activated. This allows this satellite orbital cannon to have an almost endless source of energy in the low Earth orbit under the dual supply of magic power and star power. Boom. A white laser with a radius of tens of meters shot out from the muzzle of the satellite orbital gun. The satellite beam was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the blue planet. At the same time, at the White House, more than 20 special auras from the International Confederation of Wizards with the disillusionment spell followed Mr. Bush and more than 20 other dignitaries of the White House government. These special auras seemed to have sensed something, and their faces suddenly changed. They pulled out the old chemical device that was emitting red heat from their waists, and after pressing the button of the old chemical device, they lifted their disillusionment spell. They ignored the dignitaries who were stunned and terrified, grabbed each other's shoulders, and performed the disillusionment spell. More than 20 gas explosions sounded in various places in the White House, and a series of white lights flashed by. More than 20 dignitaries in the White House government disappeared silently in the White House. The next moment, the white beam of light that seemed like a divine punishment fell from the sky and bombarded the position of the White House with incomparable accuracy. In an instant, a terrifying wave of air rolled up, and the structure of the White House was gradually annihilated under the crush of magic and star power. Even the Demon King level wizards could not withstand the attack of satellite rays, let alone this extremely fragile building! After the white light of the satellite rays dissipated, the majestic building that originally stood in Washington, D.C. had disappeared, leaving only a terrifying pit with a radius of nearly 100 meters. At the same time, more than 20 auras appeared here with Mr. Bush and more than 20 White House government officials in the suburbs more than 100 miles away. When these special auras landed on the ground, they still looked frightened. They looked at the direction of the White House with lingering fear. Of course, they could not see anything more than 100 miles away. Who are you? What do you want to do? Oh my god, what happened? Damn, you are attacking American politicians. The more than 20 politicians were all at a loss, and then their eyes became incredible, and they collapsed and shouted. On the contrary, Mr. Bush seemed to understand something. He looked at the special aura in the lead, and tried to make his tone calmer. It's Josu's attack that has arrived, right? The satellite beam has descended on the White House. Chapter 804. What does it mean to be promoted to a god? The leading special aura sighed and nodded to Mr. Bush. Seeing this, the panicked politicians around all looked at Mr. Bush. Someone asked, "President Bush, you must give us an explanation." Mr. Bush had no intention of hiding anything about the magic world. If the satellite ray attack had not happened, he would have told the politicians about it an hour later and spread it through the media. After learning about Josu and the satellite orbital cannon floating in low Earth orbit, these politicians who were usually very powerful turned pale at this moment. Their lips were trembling, but they could not speak. Mr. Bush shook his head helplessly. He looked at the special auras who rescued them from the White House and said softly, "We can only wait for good news from the magic world." At the same time, in Hogwarts Castle, the room of requirement, Lin and Irina sat cross-legged on a round cushion, their fingers interlocked, Their thoughts were connected, they could understand each other's thoughts, and they could also know everything the other had experienced. Lin and Irina both had a shallow mark on their brows, which was the mark of the mind image covenant they had concluded, which was used to connect with each other. If Lin and Irina concluded a blood covenant, it could only prove that they could never betray each other and could never hurt each other. Then their conclusion of the mind image covenant meant that their fate would be completely tied together. Just like the process of the Weir Lightwind's promotion to the Demon King level wizard, neither Fred nor George could be considered a Demon King level wizard, but when they stood together and fought side by side, they could exert the combat power of a Demon King level wizard. The fate of Fred and George had long been tied together with the twin blood, and they could not live without each other, just like Lin and Irina now. Witnessed by the covenant of mind image, Lin En and Irina stood on the same fate line. Either they would realize the essence of the world together and become legendary wizards together, or they would fail one after another and miss the miracle of magic. Neither of them could abandon the other, and neither of them could give up on the other. The weak flames coiled up like soft ribbons, intertwined with the misty ice power, and surrounded Lin En and Irina, wrapping them up. The magic flames and ice power surrounding them, under their unconscious control, were constantly deconstructed into original magic power in the air, and then reconstructed back into magic flames and ice power. What was surprising was that the original magic power deconstructed from the magic flames actually reconstructed the ice power, and the original magic power deconstructed from the ice power reconstructed the magic flames. It was as if all their talents and powers were shared with each other at this moment. Perhaps they did not go very far on their respective paths, but in terms of the degree of understanding the essence of the world, even Nicholas Flamel could not compare with them. Their souls all traveled from the mysterious east. After experiencing the event of traveling, their souls were naturally able to perceive the existence of this world and the possibility of the so-called parallel time and space better than other wizards. The transformation from ordinary wizards to Demon King level wizards depends on the accumulation of power, while the transformation from Demon King level wizards to legendary wizards depends on the transformation of souls. This means that, even if their power is not very strong, or even barely crosses the threshold of Demon King level wizards, as long as their souls transform to the extent that they can carry the body of a god, then their physical strength will no longer be an obstacle to restricting them. Lin En. Irina's voice sounded, but not in the room of requirement, but in Lin En's mind. Lin En's voice with some doubt appeared in Irina's mind. You said, what does it mean to become a god? Perhaps, it's the change in perspective. We will no longer participate in everything in person. We will become spectators and witness everything. Or perhaps, it's the transformation of power. We are no longer restricted to the areas we are best at. We can deconstruct and reconstruct everything in the world in a moment. We can dominate everything. Or, we can create everything. We can create what we want. Then, how can we become gods? Space, low Earth orbit. The sophisticated war weapons are constantly moving around the blue planet. The muzzles that have killed countless lives are calibrated again and again, hanging like the sword of Damocles above every government residence in the magic world and the ordinary world. The white beams of light are constantly falling from the sky. Every strike of satellite rays will completely destroy a country's government residence, paralyzing that government in a short period of time. After the White House turned into ruins, the British Ministry of Magic in downtown London suffered. Even though Old Barty and a group of high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic were able to escape using apparition, more than 300 Ministry of Magic staff members were still sacrificed, and everything stored in the Department of Mysteries, including all the research results, since the establishment of the British Ministry of Magic, was burned down by the attack of satellite rays. Not only that, the City of London is located above the British Ministry of Magic. According to incomplete statistics from the British government, more than 20,000 ordinary people died from the attack of satellite rays. Under the reports of media from various countries, the existence of the magic world, the existence of wizards, the threat of satellite orbital guns hanging in low Earth orbit, and Josu, the culprit of the war, are all known to the public. Some people marveled at the existence of magic, but more people were panicked by the satellite orbital guns in low Earth orbit. Just when many people thought that society was going to be uneasy, a series of magical figures appeared in the streets and alleys with the police to maintain social order. These magical figures can wave small stick-like wands to release gorgeous magic and prevent riots from happening. The help of these auras allowed the society to maintain the corresponding order under the uneasy atmosphere. Every day, a government residence of a country is hit by satellite rays. If the residence of an ordinary government was hit by satellite rays, it would be fine. After the auras rescued the head of government and dignitaries, what was destroyed was just a symbolic building and some employees who were not able to evacuate in time. The files originally stored in it had long been ordered to be moved by the heads of state. However, the Ministry of Magic of each country is built in the city, which means that when they are hit by satellite rays, tens of thousands of city residents will be implicated and buried under the pure white beam of light. Chapter 805. Promoted to God, the Ice and Fire Demon. 3 months passed. Under the attack of satellite orbital cannons, nearly a quarter of the government residences in the world were destroyed by the pure white light beams that fell from the sky. Even though governments of various countries tried their best to evacuate the masses and transfer important documents, the number of civilians who died tragically in satellite rays still exceeded 1 million, and the economic losses caused by satellite rays reached $1 trillion. As time went by, people gradually stopped having hope in gods. People no longer thought that there would be gods to stop the damn culprit, nor did they think that there would be gods to save them. Government employees of various countries gradually became numb. They didn't know whether the next satellite orbital cannon attack would fall on them, nor did they know whether they were qualified to be taken away by auras and saved from death. Not every country could successfully complete the evacuation process before the arrival of satellite rays. If the auras holding the old chemical sensing device hesitated for a moment, or moved a little slower, the people in the entire government residence would be buried with them. While the world was in a panic, and countries suffered heavy casualties under the attack of satellite orbital cannons, the concentration of magic power around Hogwarts Castle is rising rapidly at an abnormal speed. Almost all the young wizards who are still studying in Hogwarts Castle are surprised to find that their talents seem to have improved a lot. The spells that were difficult to release before can now be released easily. In the principal's office, Dumbledore and Grindelwald both subconsciously cast their eyes in the direction of the Room of Requirement. As Demon King level wizards, they can guess that the increase in the concentration of magic power in Hogwarts Castle and its surrounding areas must be related to Lin and Irina, who are seeking a way to advance in the Room of Requirement. Their thoughts are undoubtedly correct. In the Room of Requirement, the breath of Lin and Irina is rising steadily with the passage of time. The power of magic flames and ice, and even all the magic forms in the Room of Requirement, are constantly deconstructed into original magic power, and reconstructed into other different forms of magic forms with the breath of Lin and Irina. The changes that happened in the Room of Requirement were not limited to this. Even the mats on the ground, the bookshelves beside the wall, the round wooden tables and other furniture made of various materials were decomposed into atoms that could not be seen by the naked eye, and then transformed into other different materials with the breath of Lin En and Irina. The wood was decomposed into atoms, and some of the atoms were exchanged with other decomposed materials, and they were reconstructed into plastic that had nothing to do with it. The metal knives and forks that were originally placed on the round wooden table, after being deconstructed and reconstructed in the same way, turned into silver mercury, slowly flowing on the ground. Thanks to the compulsory education in Lin En and Irina's previous life, they have enough understanding of some microscopic existences, which allows them to integrate and use it faster. After comprehending the essence of the world, a mysterious aura surrounded Lin En and Irina. After comprehending the essence of the world, their souls quickly transformed and sublimated. The power from the origin of the world descended from the void and slowly landed on their bodies, allowing their bodies to continuously strengthen as their souls transformed and sublimated, climbing towards the realm of the legendary gods. Their every breath could control everything in the Room of Requests. They could deconstruct everything and reconstruct it into what they wanted. They could destroy everything and create everything they wanted. The flames and ice from their original domain still surrounded them, but these flames and ice seemed to be filled with wisps of mysterious and sacred power. This mysterious and sacred power allowed the flames and ice to evolve to a new level, the level of a god. Lin En's flame turned into a platinum flame, which was a holy fire that could burn everything and regenerate everything. Irina's ice seemed to be inlaid with a layer of gold. The essence of this ice was sublimated. After entering the realm of God, this ice was able to freeze everything, including freezing time, which Irina had never dared to try. Even when Irina froze Astoria and stabilized the blood curse in Astoria's body so that it could not erupt immediately, she froze Astoria's body and the curse power in her body, not time. As the rising aura reached its peak, Lin En and Irina opened their eyes tacitly. Lin En's dark red eyes seemed to be covered with golden lines. The dark color almost disappeared, replaced by the sacred white gold. His eyes were golden red, as if the eyes of the gods were projected into his pupils. Irina was the same. Her already beautiful ice blue eyes seemed to have a touch of golden light. The ice blue eyes surrounded by golden light seemed to be the gaze of a saint. Even if they looked at each other, they could feel the endless coldness descending on their bodies. Is this the power of a legendary wizard? Is this the power of a god? Lin En and Irina both subconsciously looked at their hands and asked questions from the bottom of their hearts. Their voices seemed to ring directly in each other's minds. The power of the world that descended upon them made everything they did no longer need to be completed through any medium. In their common perception of thoughts, everything they saw seemed to be a plaything in their hands, and everything they saw could change as they wished. At this moment, they knew in their hearts that they had crossed the seemingly unreachable threshold and reached the realm of legendary wizards. They are legendary wizards. They are gods of magic. They are also demon level wizards, and they have reached the extreme in the field of fire and ice, and they can be called ice and fire demons because they have exchanged all their talents and powers. Yes, under the binding of the covenant of mind image, they advanced to the realm of gods with a common destiny, which allowed them to share all their accomplishments with each other. They no longer have any reservations and share everything they have with their loved ones. Lin En has a talent of affinity with ice element and magical plants and animals. He has mastered Irina's understanding of the ancient magic ice god, and also mastered the use of space magic such as the key to any door. Chapter 806, The Roar of Gods and the Wail of the Masses. On the other hand, Irina also got the talent of fire affinity. She inherited all of Lin En's understanding of the ancient magic purgatory demon golem, and inherited Lin En's alchemy talent and attainments. The commonality of talent and ability makes them more like the same person, just like Fred and George on the battlefield. However, they are not twin brothers by blood, but a fairy couple with a blend of body and mind. Next, Lin En and Irina said at the same time, "It's time to end everything." As the huge power spread, the entire Hogwarts castle seemed to have turned into a fairyland. Even some ordinary animals in the Forbidden Forest next to Hogwarts Castle, under the influence of the extremely rich magic power, gradually possessed some magical power, which made them almost transition to the category of magical animals. Ice and fire bloomed in the sky, intertwined and entangled together, and then two figures suddenly appeared in the air. They were Lin En and Irina, who were promoted to legendary wizards, or gods. It seems that you succeeded. The sound of the phoenix rang out, and Dumbledore used the phoenix fork's flame apparition to appear in front of the two. He looked at his two former students and said with relief, "Yes, we will go to the French magic world and put an end to it all. Professor Dumbledore, everything is for the magic world, oh no, for a better world peace." Lin and Irina both smiled and nodded to Dumbledore, and they said in unison. Lin and Irina's figures disappeared in the thick white light. This was no longer the flame apparition brought by the fire of Nirvana, but the use of pure space magic. In an instant, the figures of the two had already appeared in the French magic world. On both sides of them were Josu, who had been controlling the satellite orbital gun to complete the attack for more than 3 months, and Nickel Flammel, who was confronting him. "Master." Lin saluted Nickel. Feeling the almost uncontrollable magic fluctuations around Lin En and Irina, Nico said in surprise, "You have successfully advanced to the legendary wizard? The realm that Merlin once reached?" "Yes." Irina also performed a disciple salute. "Mr. Flammel, you have worked hard, and leave the next step to us." After sharing Lin En's alchemy attainments, Nico was also regarded as Irina's half-master. After all, a large part of the alchemy attainments she shared from Lin En came from Nico Flammel. Nico first smiled and nodded, and then said solemnly, "Then, this world is in your hands." On the other side, after sensing the magic fluctuations of Lin En and Irina that surpassed the Demon King level, Kairosu was extremely horrified. The reason why he wanted to occupy the entire planet as a starting point and use alchemy to explore the Sea of Stars was not to get rid of the constraints of the world rules, that alchemists could not be promoted to legendary wizards and reach that legendary realm! However, the goal that he had been trying to achieve for more than 200 years, but had never achieved, was achieved by two young men in their 20s. How could he not be shocked? Jesui, you broke taboos, caused countless chaos, and millions of families were destroyed because of you. Lin En sensed Jesui's extremely violent and almost unconcealable emotional fluctuations. He slowly turned around, and his golden red eyes were full of coldness. "Damn it," Jesui roared, "legendary wizard, what virtue do you have?" As Jesui's voice fell, the satellite orbital cannon in low Earth orbit calibrated the muzzle at the fastest speed, and then, the white beam of light like the sword of Damocles pierced straight down. The white light with a radius of tens of meters fell from the sky and came to the sky above Lin En and Irina in an instant. However, facing the satellite rays that were enough to destroy a city, Lin En didn't even look at it. The platinum-colored flame ignited from Lin En's body and then spread out in an instant, turning into the five-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the entire white light column in one gulp. The violent magic fluctuations bloomed inside the five-clawed golden dragon, transformed by the platinum-colored flame, but turned into calmness in an instant. This satellite orbital cannon's charged attack, Kairosu's last trump card, was blocked by Lin En so lightly. At this time, Irina also turned around. Her eyes, which were shining with golden ice blue, seemed like ice that would never melt. Just by looking at her eyes, Kairosu felt the temperature around him drop sharply. The space within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into ice and snow in an instant. The ice and snow mixed with platinum-colored patterns flew around, turning into millions of ice and snow blades cutting towards Kairosu. The terrifying fighting power that once stood at the pinnacle of magic, the ambition to rule the whole world by himself, was so fragile in front of the attack from the legendary wizard. Everything that Kairosu was proud of was so ridiculous in front of Lin En and Irina. His most successful human alchemy achievement, that is, his immortal body, was as fragile as paper in front of this ice and snowstorm wrapped in the wrath of the gods. His proudest war weapon, that is, the satellite orbital cannon hovering in the low Earth orbit, was like an ant provoking an elephant in front of the sacred platinum flame, and could not stir up the slightest ripple. Feeling the ice and snow that was like the roar of the gods and the wailing of the masses, Kairosu's face became paler and paler. He tried his best to refine more and stronger alchemy arrays to resist, but it was so futile. He tried to resist and tear open this icy and snowy realm, but he was so powerless in front of the great power of the gods. This made Kairosu seem to no longer be the alchemist standing at the top of magic, but the baby who was so fragile that even a muggle he looked down upon could easily kill him before he awakened his magic. At this moment, wisps of white gold flames seemed to intervene in the ice and snow, and the fire of the white gold flames expanded in an instant, almost filling the entire ice and snow without any gaps. The white gold flames were closely intertwined and entangled with the ice and snow, and completely swallowed up Kairosu with an overwhelming force. In the moment, before being swallowed by the ice and fire, Kairosu's lips stammered slightly. He seemed to want to say something, like an unwilling roar, like a helpless sigh, but he couldn't say anything after all. The white gold flames and ice intertwined to completely devour Kairosu's vitality and soul, and completely erase the traces of his existence, as if there was no such alchemist who broke the taboo, and disrupted the world and the world. Chapter 807 No more obstacles, everyone is happy. It is true that Josu has gone further than anyone else on the path of human alchemy, and he has thus stood at the top of magic, a position that wizards can hardly match. But Josu is a wizard after all, not an existence above wizards. His realm is bound by the rules of the world, which makes him unable to transcend the legend of magic forever. Josu is not afraid of any wizard in this world, even the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for more than 600 years, or Dumbledore, who is known as the greatest white wizard of this century. However, facing Lin and Irina, who broke the shackles of magic, became legendary wizards, and became godlike beings, all his confidence seemed so ridiculous. Josu carefully prepared for nearly 200 years before successfully taking that step, but he did not even persist for 3 years, and was strangled under the wrath of the god. After killing Josu, Lin and Irina's eyes were cast into the air at the same time, that is the position of the satellite orbital gun in low Earth orbit. Kyosu's body and soul were annihilated by the ice and fire, which made the satellite orbital gun lose its operator and quietly float in the low Earth orbit. The terrifying magic fluctuations that had been stored in the barrel also dissipated. As mentioned earlier, after Lin En and Irina were promoted to legendary wizards, all media were no longer obstacles to them, including the atmosphere and the vacuum environment full of strong radiation. The rich white light flashed again, and the pure space magic brought them to the low Earth orbit. The platinum light was lingering around them, protecting them from the pollution of space radiation. Looking at the satellite orbital gun the size of a villa, Lin En and Irina stood side by side. Their pupils were stained with platinum light, and were full of calmness. The platinum holy fire and the ice with golden light were released around them. The constantly intertwined and entangled holy fire and ice were like the judgment of the gods. In an instant, they arrived thousands of meters away, and bombarded the satellite orbital gun. Even Josue's immortal body was so fragile under the annihilation of ice and fire, let alone the satellite orbital cannon, a war weapon made by Josue! The seemingly incomparably hard all-chemical device shattered at the moment of collision with the ice and fire tornado, and countless metal fragments exploded and spread out, turning into countless tiny prisms in this near-Earth orbit without any gravity, just like a world in a mirror. This satellite orbital cannon, a war weapon that killed more than 1 million people, was completely shattered in space, and the sword of Damocles hanging over the official residences of various countries, the biggest threat to world peace, was lifted. In the 3 days after the satellite orbital cannon was destroyed, Lin En and Irina's figures kept going back and forth over the original sites of the destroyed official residences. As legendary wizards who control the power of the world and gods of magic, even if their magic cannot resurrect the dead, it is still no problem to repair the official residence buildings that were completely shattered and even annihilated by the white light column. Of course, just repairing some ordinary buildings without any magic element does not require Lin En and Irina to cast spells for 3 days. Even some magic repair spells of Demon King level wizards can do this. What took Lin En and Irina the most effort was to repair the Ministry of Magic and institutions similar to the Department of Mysteries that were destroyed by satellite rays. In the institutions similar to the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic of various countries, there are a large number of magical creations from different eras with different mysterious powers. These creations are all stored and studied by the unspoken. If these creations are not completely destroyed, but are lost to the world after the Department of Mysteries that accommodates them is destroyed, then these creations are likely to bring harm that no one can predict. For example, the Department of Mysteries is like the nuclear power plant of the Ministry of Magic. If the nuclear power plant collapses and the nuclear radiation is released, the harm caused will far exceed the benefits brought by the nuclear power plant's operation for decades. What Lin En and Irina have to do is to repair these institutions similar to the Department of Mysteries, repair, retrieve and reseal those mysterious magical creations. The 3 days passed quickly, and the governments of various countries or the Ministry of Magic were surprised to find that the destroyed official residences had magically restored to their original state, and the satellite rays that would inevitably descend once a day no longer appeared. When the story of Lin and Irina becoming legendary wizards and killing Josu spread, people suddenly realized and praised the gods who saved them. After all the crises were resolved, Mr. Bush cooperated with the special auras of the International Confederation of Wizards to clear the Woolworth building in advance and evacuate the surrounding irrelevant people. The special auras of the International Confederation of Wizards rushed into the Magical Congress of the United States of America, arrested all the remnants of Josu, and dismissed the ordinary staff of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. At this point, the Magical Congress of the United States of America was destroyed. With the support of the International Confederation of Wizards, the new Ministry of Magic of the United States of America was born a week later. The new Ministry of Magic of the United States of America returned to the embrace of the International Confederation of Wizards. Like the Ministry of Magic of other countries, it announced the abolition of the International Statute of Secrecy and established contact with the White House government led by Mr. Bush. Under the joint attack of the International Confederation of Wizards, the number of dark wizards in various countries has dropped sharply, and the gathering places of dark wizards such as Le Fay Alley in France and Nocturne Alley in the UK have also been cleared by auras from various countries and special auras from the International Confederation of Wizards. Maybe there are still dark wizards in this world, but those dark wizards are completely rats who cannot see the light. Once they show up in front of the world, the auras will eradicate them as soon as possible to maintain the peace of the magic world and the friendly relationship between wizards and ordinary people. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were destroyed, the Magical Congress of the United States was destroyed, and Kyosu and his team of alchemists who practiced human alchemy were destroyed. This means that there is no force in the world that can hinder the integration and development of magic and technology. In the next 5 years, the integration plan was completed very smoothly. The wizards in the magic world have thoroughly integrated into the society of ordinary people. They learn the scientific and technological knowledge of ordinary people, use the knowledge of science and technology to innovate magic and alchemy, and create more magic and alchemical creations. Ordinary people, on the other hand, enjoy the benefits of magic products such as potions, and have healthier bodies, longer lives, and happier lives. Wizards and ordinary people each get what they want, and everyone is happy. Chapter 808 Finale. Wedding Day, Dream Future. Time can heal many scars. 5 years have passed, and people seem to have forgotten the shadow that once hung over their heads, and the pain of more than 1 million people dying from satellite radiation strikes. People have adapted to the existence of magic, and they are surprised to find that those wizards who master magic are very friendly. Those wizards will use magic to help themselves, and even use interesting little magic to make their children laugh. Just like people always respect police and soldiers, but are not afraid of the guns in their hands that can kill them. After the friendly and enthusiastic image of wizards has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, magic in people's eyes has become a power given to wizards by gods to protect people. After all, there are really gods in this world, right? Exclamation mark. On this day, leaders of countries around the world and ministers of magic in various countries came to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in an orderly manner under the guidance of the special auras of the International Confederation of Wizards. Not only that, there are also many enthusiastic people, whether wizards or ordinary people, who spontaneously come to the distance of this towering castle. Even across the Black Lake, they are still very enthusiastic and bless something from the bottom of their hearts. What made these more than 300 wizards and leaders of ordinary governments, as well as tens of thousands of people, come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry spontaneously was not something else, but the wedding day of the god who saved the world 5 years ago. After re-establishing order and allowing the magic world and the ordinary world to develop steadily under the premise of peace, Lin En and Irina restrained their magic fluctuations and traveled around the world as ordinary people. All the chaos was over, and they also ushered in the life they expected. 5 years of traveling around the world made Lin En and Irina's feelings more intense, and after returning from traveling around the world, they began to prepare for their wedding. As the magic school where they lived for nearly 7 years and the beginning of their magic dream, the Black Lake outside the Hogwarts castle, the place where they decided to be a lifelong dance partner, naturally became the place for their wedding. Gryffindor Common Room. Irina wore a pure white wedding dress. These 5 years made her more beautiful. The world power brought by the realm of legendary wizards made her look holy, like a goddess who was high above. Hermione, Astoria, Ginny, Luna, Elsa and others returned to Hogwarts Castle as bridesmaids. They came from different colleges and gathered in the Gryffindor Common Room to escort the bride to her wedding. With the sincere blessing of the fat lady's portrait, Irina smiled and thanked her, walked out of the Gryffindor Common Room, and walked along the corridor. They left Hogwarts Castle. The path was decorated with lights and beautiful decorations were hung on the wooden pillars. Little wizard stood by the wooden pillars of the path, looking at this girl who saved the world, this god who was about to get married, with admiration. Pure white flowers hung on Irina's head like hairpins, and the ice gradually condensed into beautiful ice crowns and earrings, which were worn on her ears. The already mature face was stained with a blush, making her look even more attractive. Soon, Irina and a group of bridesmaids came to the Black Lake, and under the gaze of thousands of guests, they walked to the built wedding stage. On the other side of the wedding stage was Lin, who was wearing a white and gold dress. Behind Lin were Iwin, Harry, Draco, Fred, George, Neville, Andy and others who returned to Hogwarts Castle as best men. Under the stage, Dumbledore, Green, Newt, Nico, Rowena, the Lowells and other elders sat at a table, and they looked at the couple who came to the wedding stage kindly. Rowena's face showed an unstoppable smile. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Sprout and other professors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry also came here, and they also gathered around a table. Old Barty and others sat together with the ministers of magic of various countries and the heads of ordinary people's governments. These more than 300 ministers of magic and heads of ordinary people's governments sat at more than 30 tables in total. The soldiers of the DA army and the young wizards in the DA army reserve gathered together. They looked at Lin and Irina, the two founders of the DA army, with admiration. There were also hundreds of young wizards and thousands of enthusiastic people from the magic world and the ordinary world. They also came to this wedding as guests. The wedding ceremony went very smoothly. After the wedding ceremony was completed, Lin and Irina walked down the stage hugging each other and toasted for every table of guests who came here. In addition to Dumbledore and other elders and teachers who gladly accepted it, people were all honored to express their respect and blessings to the newly married gods. As the night deepened, the wedding banquet, which was enjoyed by both the host and the guests, came to an end. After the guests who had enjoyed themselves once again sincerely blessed Lin and Irina, they left in an orderly manner. Under the moonlight, the newlyweds stopped by the Black Lake, gazing at the tranquil Black Lake. The soft moonlight sprinkled on Lin En's white and gold dress, making him look like a fallen immortal who had strayed into the human world. Irina's pure white wedding dress seemed to be emitting a light white light, like a fairy from heaven. The fairy couple snuggled together, with sweet smiles on their lips. It's been more than 10 years, Irina. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Lin En gently hugged the girl in his arms and said softly. Irina nestled in Lin En's arms like a little bird. When she heard his words, she gently rubbed Lin En's chin with her silver white hair and complained in a voice that she couldn't even hear clearly. If you weren't as stupid as a piece of wood, why would you have waited until today? When Irina thought of the many times she and he slept together in the room of requirement, but Lin En just slept soundly and didn't know what to do, she felt a little itchy. However, after all the hardships, she could finally be with him forever, whether it was soul or body, blending in harmony and never separating. At midnight, Lin En and Irina disappeared by the Black Lake, and no one knew where they went. It was not until 5 days and 5 nights later that the little wizards in Hogwarts Castle saw Lin En and Irina who came to visit Dumbledore. Lin En and Irina looked extremely ruddy, as if they had just completed something thrilling. Lin En's youthful spirit gradually faded, and he became more manly, while Irina seemed to have become more mature in these 5 days and 5 nights, with a maternal glow in her every move. Professor Dumbledore, we are here to say goodbye to you. Oh, are you leaving? Well, we plan to travel around like our master, and after enjoying everything, we will find a place with pleasant scenery and no one to disturb us to settle down and spend a wonderful life. We will feel everything in this world with our hearts, and when the beauty of the world is in our hearts, we will join hands and embark on a greater journey. So, is this future what you want? Of course, because this is the future we dream of. The end of the book. Chapter 809, The Significance of the Continuation of the Extra Chapter. 1786, The French Magic World. José, what are you doing? The door of a secret alchemy laboratory was blasted open by a red beam of light, and a middle-aged man with thick hair, like an old lion, stepped into the alchemy laboratory and roared at the young man standing in front of an alchemy device. José slowly raised his head, and he calmly looked at the middle-aged man who broke into his alchemy laboratory. He whispered, as you can see, my teacher, I'm transforming my body, so that my life can continue. Human body alchemy. Josue's teacher, Isaac Faines, looked at the mechanical body on the alchemy table and the human tissue in the solution, placed in the corner of the laboratory with a sullen face. This is the taboo of alchemy. How dare you break the taboo? Those human tissues soaked in the solution were obviously the experimental subjects of wizards obtained by Josue through illegal channels, or even wizards who were brutally killed by Josue. Listening to his teacher's accusations, Josue laughed out loud, and he gently tapped his chest with his wand. The next moment, Kyosu's chest turned outward layer by layer, exposing the countless extremely precise alchemical components inside. These alchemical components were combined in a specific way and operated in an orderly manner, providing this body with a constant supply of vitality. My human body alchemy has been successful, my body will be immortal, and my life will last forever. This is such an incredible thing in the field of alchemy. An immortal body is an alchemical creation greater than the Philosopher's Stone. And the price I paid was nothing more than the flesh and blood of my parents, wife, and children, as well as the flesh and blood samples of more than 500 wizards and the vitality of more than 10,000 muggles. For this, I got an immortal body that is enough to support me to move forward and support my survival. My dear teacher, you should be extremely proud of your students' achievements. Kyosu said with a chuckle, but his tone was so indifferent. It was as if the death of his relatives and the lives of more than 10,000 people were just stepping stones. Listening to Josu's crazy words, Fane's lips kept trembling. He couldn't believe what he heard. The student who used to behave very well in front of him turned out to be a madman who broke the taboo of alchemy, killed his relatives, and slaughtered tens of thousands of people in order to try human alchemy. Immediately following the disbelief, there was anger in Fane's eyes. He said coldly, Josu, your life is so sad. Even your relatives and even your emotions are just capital for human alchemy in your eyes. You can't understand love, let alone love others. You move forward for the sake of moving forward, and survive for the sake of survival. Then how are you different from those animals who have no wisdom and only eat, reproduce and die in their lives? You are a beast, a rational, shrewd, powerful, but equally pathetic beast without a heart who can't feel people's emotions in his life. You are just a beast that exists for survival. Josu. Fames was like a roaring lion. In order to investigate the frequent disappearances of wizards in the French magic world and the semi-finished products of human alchemy that kept leaking out on the black market, Fames spent more than 10 years to find this secret alchemy laboratory. But he never expected that the alchemist who broke the taboo of human alchemy and killed hundreds of wizards and tens of thousands of muggles was his student, Josu, who had faked the massacre of his family 10 years ago and actually directed and acted in it himself. Looking at the teacher with bloodshot eyes due to anger, who was pointing his wand at him, Josu was not afraid at all. Josu opened his arms. He was like a fanatical believer, or the Lord embracing the world. He seemed immersed in a world that belonged to him, and his voice was like a series of mutterings. Beast. No, my teacher, my only meaning is to survive, or rather, survival is my meaning. I have an immortal body. I will witness, I will have compassion, I will be happy, I will be sad, I will evaluate, and I will also record. The world I live in creates value and meaning for my survival, and my eternal existence will also create value and meaning. You may not understand yet, my teacher, survival is the most fundamental, core, and perfect definition of the meaning of the existence of all things. All other meanings must be linked to survival, and must be included in the meaning of survival. My teacher, your self-perception is Isaac Faines, a famous French alchemist, wizard, human, and a student of the great alchemist Nicolas Flamel. So for you, human alchemy is a taboo proposed by your teacher, and it is also a rule that constrains you. Therefore, emotion, as a fairy tale ideal reference to the connection between people, is considered to be the root of everything. For you, you can foresee the end of your individual life. This end destroys your expectations of the purest meaning of your individual existence, and thus gives birth to great fear. According to Muggle science, this fear is called nihilism, because for individuals who cannot survive, the end of life is foreseeable, and cannot be escaped. Once the survival ends, the meaning anchored in the individual's survival will disappear, leaving only the meaning of the individual anchored in the collective. My teacher, the reason why you care about those sacrifices dedicated to human alchemy is because they represent the concrete health of the collective, and because your prospect of the survival of the collective meaning can offset the fear of nothingness. Josu's chest closed, and the artificial blood and skin covered the alchemical body, making him look no different from an ordinary human. Fanes looked sadly at the student, who had taken the wrong path. He growled, "Is there no emotion in this world worth remembering for you? What's the point of individual survival, when you are the only one left in the end?" Hearing this, Josu just smiled sarcastically and said, "Emotions worth remembering? You may not understand yet, my teacher. My body will provide me with immortality. I'm a civilization. I'm a race. I will be a system of my own. We consider ourselves French wizards and French alchemists, but we are not from the era when wizards and alchemists were born. The concepts of wizards, alchemists, magic, and humans are all concepts that have gone through countless generations and have been passed down orally. Every era will make some iterations of these concepts. Even the current French grammar is very different from that of ancient times. But even so, we consider ourselves French wizards and alchemists, don't we? My body will become a tool for me to carry my thoughts. I don't care about those emotions and memories. I'm the root of everything. Once emotions and memories hinder my self-advancement, I will abandon them and let them disappear. My concept of I is no different from our civilization. I just want to survive and be coherent. My body is immortal. I will survive and let myself give meaning to my past self, just as I believe that my future self will give meaning to my present self. My teacher, I hope you can join me. Join the great human alchemy. Join the great immortality. Flesh and blood are weak. Only human alchemy, creating an eternal body, can lead us to the road of ascension. As my teacher, I'm willing to give you a chance." Kyosu chuckled and looked at Fanes in front of him. Alchemical bodies rose from the grooves on the ground. They were hung on metal racks and transformed with dead human bodies as templates and frames. Looking at the bodies of wizards and muggles transformed into alchemical creations, Fanes was trembling all over. "Jose, you are simply a complete lunatic. The reason why taboos are called taboos is that they will bring us a price that we cannot afford. I will stop your crazy behavior. I will stop you." Jose was not surprised by Fane's choice. Or rather, he had no hope that Isaac Fanes, a disciple of Nicholas Flamel, who firmly believed in Nicholas Flamel's theory and was upright, would surrender to him. Jose said regretfully, "That's a pity, my teacher. 100 years later, no one will remember who you are, and even if I want, Isaac Fanes will be a forgotten name in a dozen years. What you do will be meaningless, and your own meaning will be denied by the carrier you hope to carry it." Fanes waved the magic wand in his hand, and hundreds of alchemical arrays surrounded him, and a strong murderous intent spread. "As your teacher, it is my fault that you have taken the wrong path, but as a French alchemist and my teacher's disciple, I have the obligation to clean up the mess and take back the knowledge I have passed on to you," Fanes said coldly, and the alchemical arrays around him were all charged. Today, Josu is just a quasi-demon king level wizard, and his body has only reached the level of immortality and cannot withstand excessive lethality. In other words, his lifespan is infinite, but his body can be destroyed and killed. Looking at the alchemical array, that was enough to shoot him into thousands of holes. Josu's face did not show any fear. He smiled at his teacher and said, "Since I'm your disciple and I know that you have been investigating the human alchemy laboratory that broke the taboo for the past 10 years, do you think that I, who is so rigorous, will not have any preparation?" "What?" Fanes was stunned at first, and then his face changed drastically. "What did you do?" I saw golden lines spreading on Fane's body, and an alchemical armor made of mithril appeared on the surface of Fane's body, but this alchemical armor was not protecting him, but blocking his power in a certain trajectory. This alchemical armor was constantly extracting the magic power in Fane's body. This process of extracting magic power was rough and irreversible. The magic power released by Fanes, including the alchemical array surrounding him, was forcibly extracted and turned into the power to bind Fanes. Alchemical arrays were released from the alchemical armor and fell on the soles of Fane's feet. Thin golden ropes tied Fane's hands and feet tightly, making Fanes completely unable to move. At this time, Kyosu finally put away his hypocritical smile, and his face turned cold. Kyosu sneered and said, "This alchemical exoskeleton armor is very useful, isn't it? But 2.5 years ago, you wore it to investigate the human alchemy laboratory. Did you find that this alchemical exoskeleton armor itself is a product of human alchemy?" Fanes glared. He didn't expect that his student would stab him in the back with the alchemical creation given to him for protection. "Do you want to kill your teacher?" "Of course." Kyosu smiled again, but his eyes were full of coldness. "As early as 3 months ago, I deliberately left clues so that you could find this place smoothly. And by the way, find me who was conducting human alchemy experiments." Kyosu slowly walked to Fanes and looked straight into Fanes' angry eyes. "For this moment, I have been preparing for too long. I hope you like this gift, my teacher." A carefully planned 100-day teacher killing banquet. Kyosu snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, countless sharp golden spikes pierced out from the inside of the alchemical exoskeleton armor, piercing the body of Fanes who was wearing the alchemical exoskeleton armor. Scarlet blood flowed down, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. Fanes' vitality was fading quickly, and his eyes gradually lost their spirit. "Clean it up." Josue's magic wand touched Fanes' body, wiping it out along with the blood on the ground. Even if it was a magic spell like the cleanup spell that even a young wizard could use, as long as the caster's attainments were high enough and the magic power was strong enough, then the cleanup spell could also exert a power comparable to the vanishing spell. Staring at the empty alchemical laboratory, Josue's mouth curled up slightly. "Next, I have to set off a craze for human alchemy in the French magic world as soon as possible. Only when more people recognize human alchemy and the significance of the existence of this path can I rely on my attainments on this path and advance to the level of a demon lord wizard. My body has already been anchored, but if I want to survive forever, the anchoring of the body is far from enough. I need to anchor my soul, so that my soul will no longer be worn out, and my soul will be immortal along with my body. I understand. I need the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel, my master whom I have never met, let me meet you." The silver white door of the alchemy laboratory was completely sealed, leaving the place in a dead silence again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.